Ain't really going tonight. So shout out to you, Vovo, for coming up in this space early. We trying to go ahead and wait to some of our people come up in here before we go ahead and touch up on it. Tonight we're going to be talking about Dr. Umar Johnson, the progress that's reported with his school. We're going to dove in a little bit to interracial marriage for those that's for it, for those that's against it. We want to know if interracial marriage, what impact is that having on the black community? Is that having a negative impact on black wealth? So we're going to talk about that as well too, and then we want to talk about China. New report came out that some people are starting to believe that China actually accidentally could have possibly had the actual virus that started the whole pandemic was leaked from their actual one of their labs, and they were saying that they don't. People were saying they don't believe that it was done intentionally, but nonetheless, if it was leaked from an actual Chinese lab, does China owe reparations for the pandemic, the global pandemic that hit globally and cost trillions of dollars, cost millions of people to lose their lives? Something like 6.5 million people lost their lives. Shout out to you, Jay. I see you over there on YouTube. Something like 6.5 million people lost their lives. So we're going to be touching up on those two topics tonight. We're just trying to wait for a little bit more of our people to start filtering in into the Twitter spaces. It is a Sunday. People know that we normally hold our spaces Monday through Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So we will occasionally hold a space on Thursday. I'm sorry, on Sunday. Decided to want to go ahead and hold one today. So just waiting for some of our people to actually start filtering in these Twitter spaces. I know there's quite a few other spaces going on and quite a few different topics being touched on. So, I just want to touch up on the thing with Umar Johnson as well too. Umar Johnson is considered as one of the leading Pan Africans in the world. And Umar has the type of personality, whether you love him or you hate him. I know you have some people that's in the middle, and the news that came that it was some progress being made with the actual the school that he's trying to do. Some people were happy to hear about the progress, while other people were critical and had things to say. And we're gonna touch up on that tonight as well too. So man, we got some pretty fairly good topics that we want to discuss tonight and touch up with. Just get our people involved as well. We always like to be uh, that community forum to hear what people actually think about the actual topics that's being put out there. So we want to go ahead and share that with our folks as much as possible. So definitely for those that will come in tonight, definitely appreciate those who will be coming in. For those who don't get a chance, as always, we go ahead and re-record the actual Twitter space, and we also are doing a live stream on YouTube as well too. So if you can't be in one place, you can always be at the other one. So we try to give you guys that option to go ahead and stay up to date with us and stuff like that as well too. So like I said, I just want to go ahead and let a few more people, filter in here. Right now, it's just me and Bovo chilling right now. It's pretty small, slim pickings right now, but we're gonna see where our people are at. Hopefully, we'll start getting more and more of our people coming up in here, so I can go ahead and start really hitting into this actual topic. Like I say, the interracial marriage is always a hot topic issue. We was talking about that in DJ's late night space. I know he has those late night spaces where they go 8, 9 hours and stuff like that. So, but we touched up on that interracial marriage just a little bit in that space, and as always, have different opinions and stuff like that. And on here, I'm sure a number of our people have been in interracial relationships. Now, whether they've been married to people outside the race, that's one thing of another. But we had quite a few people in these spaces and stuff that's actually been in interracial marriages and things of that nature as well too. So we gonna, like I said, we're gonna start this thing up in just a little bit. We're trying to get our people up in here, get them up here. Sunday night. Sunday nights is always a different type feel to it. It's not the regular Monday through Thursday grind, but we're gonna try to go ahead and get some of our people up in this space here. We're gonna start going in talking about Umar Johnson. Umar Johnson. Umar, man, that school has been he's been trying to get that school cracking for a number of years, and that'd be a good thing for Umar. I know a lot of people, like I said, that they're critical of Umar and his stances sometimes against, I don't say against, but his stance that he said about reparations definitely, kind of rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. But like I said, that would be a good thing. We do have a shortage of schools that we control and that we run. So, if Umar does actually get the actual school up and running, that would be a big positive. That'd be a big plus. So I'm hoping that Umar Johnson can go there and get it, no matter what people feel about him as a person or whatever. Like I said, I do believe that he does genuinely care for Black Americans and Black people. I know a lot of people, they don't like the idea that he's so Pan-African centric, but nonetheless, I do believe that the man does really care about Black people. So I'm hoping that he can go ahead and get it done, and it's always a plus. Like we send our kids to Catholic schools, we send our kids to Baptist schools, we send them to regular public schools, private schools, this school, that school, every other type of school we could think of. So if a Black man that actually, actually seems to actually care about Black people could actually get it going, then, I think that would be a big positive, a big plus. We need to have hundreds, though. We need to have hundreds. I say that again. We need to have hundreds of actual schools that we run, that we control, that we have the curriculum and everything else like that. 1, 2, 3 schools ain't gonna do it, but we need to have hundreds of schools out there where Black Americans actually set forth the curriculum, are actually the ones that's in the position, the administrative position, be the principal, the teachers, the vice principals, the deans, the counselors, all this and that right there. We need to actually start having these type of schools ourselves. So more power to any Black person that's going out there trying to get it. Hopefully, like I say, Umar can go ahead and get it. I'm gonna go ahead and dove in soon. Phoenix, what's going on? Company, what's going on as well? Y'all go ahead right now. The space is small, but go ahead and tweet it out. I expect our people will start filtering in here slowly as you guys are. So definitely go ahead and retweet out the space as well too. So Volvo, did you have anything you want to say real quick? I see you came up to speak.
Yeah, I had just a comment or a question. Hold on one second. I'm trying to get my head.
No problem.
Hello?
Yeah, what's up now?
Okay. Yeah, I'm just wondering, like I've been critical of Umar Johnson in the past. I kind of changed my stance. I feel like it's something important I want to send away to the room, fill up a little more, just about Umar. But I was just wondering, I heard you say that you used to be a Pan-Africanist, right?
Yeah, I believed in the whole idea of, like, that we could come together as globally as people and do things of that nature. And I thought that that we could get our people here in America and our people in the Caribbean and Africa, and we could all come together and we could have this global type backing of one another. But yeah, I definitely believe that at one time.
I did too. I believed in something similar to that, at one point. But I was just wondering, right? Because something that I wasn't even, like I didn't think it all the way through. Okay, when what would make you an African? Just I know that's off topic. I just want just small talk to the conversation.
What would make you an African? I guess they say genetically, Volvo, that we all, I guess, even though we're descendants of African slaves or we're descendants. I mean, I know some of our people say, well, our people was here before the country was founded and this and that. And I wouldn't doubt that. But I would think genetically, just genetically, people would say, okay, that, your people had to come from this part of Africa, whether it was 500 years ago, 1,000 or 10,000 years ago or something like that. So I guess genetically, they would say that would make us an African.
Okay. Because I had this conversation the other day with a guy that I work with, you know what I mean, and he couldn't really answer the question because I'm like this, right? This is where I'm at with it. Is the northern part of Africa, would you consider them to be African?
I would consider the original inhabitants to be Africa. See, this is what I think. I think at one time you had it. I mean, every corner of the world, I believe, was Black, and even Africa as well too. Because I mean, I don't just think you would have Black people in what they call sub-Saharan Africa, and up north you had these other people that, I mean, I think you had to have Black people that was up there, and they started to filter down and got ran out or whatever. And then you start the people you see today that's there now. So yeah. At one time, I believe the actual original inhabitants of North Africa were black people like you see all throughout the continent, but they got pushed away by foreign invaders, and they had to flee down south. Shout out to you as well, Nate. How you doing on YouTube? Shout out to you, Dana. I see you coming up in the space too, Dana. Everybody that's coming up in the space, we getting ready to touch up on it. We just kind of having some short talk as you guys start filtering in. Everybody coming in, y'all go ahead and also tweet the space out. But go ahead, Volvo. Because I know you. I'm gonna get to you, company.
I'm gonna go fast because I don't want to hold.
Oh no, you good because we just having a small talk. Everybody coming anyway, so.
Yeah, I mean, because like the guy that I was speaking of, he couldn't understand. I'm like, how could we be Pan Africanists? You know what I mean? Like that wouldn't really make sense. That we can't really truly identify what an African is today. Like if the Northern Africans they got a claim to Africa, what about the East Africans? You know what I mean? Like, what would make us all the same people? That's what I'm not getting, though. And I didn't never look that far into it until maybe 2-3 years ago when I was like, oh, well, then what would make you? I mean, what would make you an African? You know what I mean? How can we prove your genetics? You know what I mean? Because those Arabs up in North Africa, they can say they're African. You know what I mean? A white man can say he's African now. There's white people have been on the continent for hundreds of years. They can say they're African. I seen a video where one of the Boers in South Africa said that I'm more African than the African American, and a lot of black people got mad about that, but that's true. So that's where I was at with it. I was just wondering your school of thought on that.
Oh yeah, like I say, and really I don't consider the Boers African myself either. I just consider them like the children of colonizers. So I mean, I know he can say that. And in terms of being there and stuff like that, he does have a closer connection, I guess, with the continent than you and I would, because we are American by birthright. And our people have been over here, who knows, hundreds of years, who knows exactly. It could be anywhere from 150, 60, 70 years to 500-600 years. Who knows? I mean, you may even have some people that have ancestors that's been here over 1,000 years, because the whole out of Africa type theory, it pretty much talks about everybody leaving certain parts of the world and going and spreading out, and then an ice age and people losing their pigment and this and that or whatever. But I always figured it was something faulty about that whole notion, because did every single solitary person that came out of Africa just turn white and yellow and red? Did any of them keep the pigment? So I believe that every corner of this world, whether you're talking about 5, 10, 15, 20,000, 30, 40, 50,000 years ago, as people started leaving Africa, I believe you had black people that left Africa, went to Europe, went to Australia, went to Asia, came to the Americas and this and that, and migrated and populated the entire parts of the world. So that's just my personal opinion. And some of those people, I guess, did lose their pigment and this and that or whatever. But I just don't believe that every single solitary person that left Africa turned white or yellow or whatever. So, but I mean, like you say, the Boer people, and people say that about Elon Musk, that Elon Musk would be the first African American, and so people say that kind of stuff. So it doesn't really bother me. So I mean, I don't care. I consider myself a Black American, but I do consider genetically that I am genetically. You have an African DNA in you. So, I mean, but the entire world has it, if you believe in that. And that would even include the Europeans, the Asians, everybody on this planet would have. I mean, if you go by the theories that science is laid out, and until somebody can really debunk that, if you go by the theories that science is laid out, every single solitary person on this planet would have it. But, we're not culturally African. We may be genetically, but culturally, ethnically, and everything else, and that we're different people in terms of that, because we've been gone so long, and we're just mixed in with a bunch of different cultures and everything else. So we're not African, 100%. Like people say, and I know that upsets a lot of people in the Pan-African community and some people in this and that, but it's just what it is.
But look at this though. How can you determine what an African is in 2020, 23? That's why that'll never work. The Pan-African movement will never work, because you can't determine who is really an African now. Like, what's the qualifications? Like, what makes you an African? Like, if I ask you, what makes you a foundational Black American, we can make that real clear if you can trace your lineage back through the census. Right now, it's all over the place. You feel what I'm saying? Am I making sense?
I feel what you're saying. But I mean, those people that's been on that continent for thousands of years, I mean, that would make them African, even though the word Africa may have come from Europe or whatever, but I mean, that's the ancestral homeland. So definitely like those people would definitely be considered African. Volvo, I'm gonna get back to you on I'm gonna get back to you on this real quick. I'm gonna let the company go ahead, and then we're gonna start to kind of touch up in the Umar and the COVID reparations. Like I say, shout out to Dana, Black Native. Shout out to you, Real. I see you up in the space as well too. Black Idaho, Perry, y'all. Guys, thank you for coming in. We this is a Sunday night. We generally do it Monday through Thursday, but occasionally we will throw up a weekend space. We're going to do that tonight. The topics are going to be on Umar Johnson. He's actually Umar posted a video the other day, and he was talking about the progress of his school. You got a lot of positive responses, and you got a lot of people that critiqued it and did not like it, and it still was taking shots. So we're going to touch up on that tonight. We're also going to touch up on the actual article that Yahoo published the other day. Curator Newstoter.com platform is talking about basically, should China be held responsible because you're having reports saying that possibly during the pandemic that the actual virus was leaked out of the actual Chinese laboratory, not done intentionally, as biological warfare, but that it may have been leaked. So the question is, does China owe the global world, does China owe the entire world reparations for the pandemic that a lot of people believe may have originated in Wuhan, one of the Wuhan labs, and leaked out? So we're going to touch up on that article as well too. So we're going to touch up on a number of things, and we're also going to touch up on interracial marriage. We want to hear the community's response. I told people in DJ Space one night that we were going to have a topic on that I wanted to touch up on interracial marriage. I just wanted to hear what people's opinion was. Do you believe that interracial marriage is a positive for Black people? Do you feel that it's a negative for Black people? Do you feel that interracial marriage is perhaps also hurting the Black wealth in this country? Because take Shane Mosley, the former Hall of Fame boxer, the other day, he got a divorce from his wife. I believe she was Asian or Hispanic. I think Asian. They split up a lot of the money that half of the money I believe went to her. As even his belts and stuff of that nature went to the ex-wife as well too. Now, here's the thing: if Shane Mosley was splitting up from his Black wife and she was leaving him, she was whatever, they were splitting up or whatever, that wealth would still be confined in the Black community. But instead, Shane Mosley's wealth that he took, getting in the ring, getting hit upside the head, and this and that, is actually going to a non-Black woman. So when we look at some of the celebrities in Hollywood, when we look at some of the actual entertainers, when we look at a lot of these award shows, we see a lot of Black people up here, especially a lot of Black men sitting up here with non-Black wives. When we look at the ones at these white award shows and stuff, rarely do you see these white guys sitting up here with a Black woman on their arm. Rarely. So their wealth, a lot of their wealth is still tied up in their communities where some of our people make it and become big time. That wealth is going to other communities. It's going to white women, the white community, it's going to Hispanic communities, it's going to Asian communities. It's going to a lot of places, but actually stand in the actual Black community. So that's something that we want to touch upon tonight as well too. So we're going to get it in. The company, I'm going to let you go ahead and get it in. Shout out to you, Leon. I see you came up in the space as well too. Y'all tweeted out. We're going to go ahead once the company go ahead and says his, and I'm going to go ahead and we're going to start digging in tonight. But like I said, we're going to be talking about Umar, interracial marriage, and we're going to be talking about possible reparations coming from China if China is indeed guilty. If China is indeed guilty, which, you have the FBI and a lot of other people now saying that they believe that accidentally it was at least leaked from one of these labs over there in Wuhan or over there in China. So we're going to touch up on that as well. Company, how you doing tonight?
Doing great. The sun's out, in California. Peace to everybody in the room. I'll try to make this quick, sticking to the topic only. Umar Johnson. Me personally, always thought that he was a great guy and stuff. Kind of goofy, but that's just who he is. I grew up with him, through middle school and high school. Like, guys been talking about this African thing for a very long time. Me personally, I've learned about Pan-Africanism, but I never took it up as my own. I never looked at myself as an African. I know nothing about Africa. My ancestors, they know very little from just being in the military. They did make trips into Africa. Like my uncle, he was in Mogadishu that was the fucking hellhole that Black Americans ended up in. You know, messing around with those, you know, them Southern Africans and stuff like that. I even told my brother that's in the military today, don't fuck around with them Africans and stuff like that. Don't, you know, try to, you know, rally people to go to war with this you know, stay the fuck out of Africa. Like, worry about other shit, you know, for the most part. But, let me see, interracial marriage, I'm just going to say that, you know, if it benefits you, I've never done it. So, you know, I've only dated melanated people for the most part. Um, but if you do, you know, make sure it's beneficial. You know, if it benefits you in some type of way, then do you. You know, that's the way. You know, and that's just not black and white people. You know, you want to date an Asian because she treats you right. You know, her family, you know, helps you out with everything you need. They're respectful, stuff like that. And it's probably like a second family that, you know, you wish you had or something like that. If it benefits you, then, you know, go ahead. You know, do you? But, you know, don't sell out your people behind it. You know, like your family. Like, don't go over to your girlfriend's house and start talking shit about your family. Like, that's not cool. Um, China COVID reparations. I don't even really care about that because you know that money's not going to Black Americans. That's all I have to say.
All right, appreciate that. Phoenix, I'm gonna get to you real quick. I want to go ahead and touch up on this Umar article, and then I'm gonna go ahead, keep your hand up, and I'm gonna come to you, and then I'm gonna get back to you and Volvo. But I want to go ahead and touch up on the actual Umar topic, and then you're the next speaker up. So just give me 1 second. Let me go ahead and find this article. It's from Mogadam. It's up in the Jumbotron as well, too, on the far right-hand side. I'm gonna just read it. I curated off of newstoter.com, but the entire article, as you guys know, is on the actual parent site. So let me go ahead real quick, y'all. May have some advertisement popping up as well, too. It's titled Dr. Umar Johnson drops new video showing progress on promised FDMG school. Dr. Umar Johnson has promised his school to educate Black boys will open soon. Again, the popular Pan-Africanist influencer uploaded a 24-minute video to YouTube on February 17th, in which he excitedly gave an update on what is supposed to become the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy FDMG school. After sending a peace and Pan-Africanism greeting over 2 minutes, Johnson unveiled to viewers that he'd taken the boys off the school's windows, a moment he called historic. In honor of Frederick Douglass today, brothers and sisters, Black History Month 2023, we just made history. The board covers on the windows are off, brothers and sisters, Johnson said. We have taken the boards off your windows. It's not a good Garvey day. It's a great Garvey day. Who ready to see FDMG windows because the hater said we didn't have no windows? Johnson then proceeded to show viewers the school's windows and take a tour of the facility, which is located in Wilmington, Delaware. During the tour, Johnson went into the bathrooms, classrooms, and other rooms to show viewers the electricity and plumbing in the school were working. Your school, my school, our school. Who ready for the grand opening? Who coming to the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy grand opening? Who's ready, brothers and sisters? Johnson asked while walking through the building halls. Just a few more days. We're just waiting on HVAC to finish it on up. The self-proclaimed Black nationalist promised the grand opening would include music, food, workshops, and seminars in every classroom. Though he previously said the academy could be completed in a few days, Johnson responded to a viewer's question that the grand opening might be on Malcolm X's birthday, May 19th. It's been nearly 10 years since Johnson began raising money to open a school for Black boys, according to a 2014 diverse issue in higher education report. Johnson initially planned to purchase a now-defunct HBCU St. Paul's College in Virginia for $5 million to house FDMG. He outlined his motivations for FDMG in an essay titled Why I Want to Purchase St. Paul's College. if we wanted to reverse the special education, ADH, drug, juvenile incarceration, and premature extermination wars against black boys, we will have to build schools that are uniquely designed to teach black boys not only how to succeed in a racially based society, but also how to avoid the trappings of a racist criminal justice system, Johnson wrote. He also detailed what the school would teach, including agricultural, uh, agronomical science, economic, financial science, political, military science, nutritional, dietary science, family, community science, and African centered spirituality, cosmological science. In addition to these six core sciences and the three R's, our boys will be taught to master at least two building trades, i.e., electronical, plumbing, auto, carpentry, HVAC, computer network, etc. Johnson continued. Though St. Paul gave Johnson time to raise the funding in 2017, he announced they couldn't secure the college for FDMG. We didn't get St. Paul's College, but when one door closes, another opens, Johnson tweeted. Over the years, Johnson has been accused of deceiving supporters and to donating money for his own personal gain. However, Johnson has repeatedly refuted allegations that he is scamming and stealing from donors, investing in his vision for FDMG. In his recent video, he doubled down on that stance and challenged viewers to show me another independent school rocking like us. According to a 2021 report by News One, Johnson blamed the delayed school opening on black people's unwillingness to donate their time. If we had some black folks who are willing to donate their time, the school would be up and running in 3 weeks, Johnson said, noting the unwillingness to do so was one of the psychological residuals of slavery. If I were Mexican, the school would be done, Johnson added. It's only because that it's us that we don't take something like education as serious. In February video, Johnson said the classrooms in the school would be named after legendary and iconic black leaders. He encouraged supporters to donate to the school for furniture and send him their resumes. Johnson's update has received mixed reactions. Some congratulated him on his progress, while others accused him of being a scammer. So proud of you, Dr. Umar. The ancestors are in full support. One YouTube user commented under the video. The whole campus is empowerment, said another. Screw the windows. We want to see some classrooms done, groundskeepers working, a cafeteria done, a computer lab, and some teachers and staff setting up before opening up, one critical user wrote. LMAU, all he did was take the wood off the windows and y'all going crazy, said another. What happened to Black History Month grand opening? Where's the HVAC? Where's the running water? Better yet, name one black boy that you helped besides yourself. Fellow Pan-Africanist and author Dwayne Wong said that he would not accuse Johnson of being a scammer, but he doesn't think he's the right person to spearhead the efforts to open the school. I want to start this article by saying that what Umar Johnson is attempting to do with his school is a great idea, but he is simply the wrong person to lead the project, Wong wrote in an article on Medium. Wong then explained why he feels that way, noting that Johnson often contradicts himself and that more progress is required before Johnson can genuinely say the school has made history. It's obvious from the video that Umar isn't taking what he's doing seriously, Wong wrote. At this point, I'm not sure how many people in the community take him seriously, and this is precisely the problem with the movement today. We have a lot of individuals who are able to amass a following and attention because they are entertaining, but they aren't effective at getting things done, Wong continued. In Umar's case, it's especially unfortunate that he claims to represent Pan-Africanism and African nationalism while name-dropping ancestors who took their work very seriously. All righty. So yeah, like I said, that article was from Moganum, so it's up in the Jumbotron as well, too, guys. So you get a chance, go ahead and retweet it out. I already read it, but if you want to go ahead and read it anyways, more power to you. Phoenix, how you doing tonight? Go ahead and unmute your mic. You there, Phoenix?
Oh, I'm here. I'm sorry. I was just getting my stuff out the car. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How you doing?
But I'm good. Overall, big good. How's everybody doing? How you doing, Newstoter? Good to hear you.
I'm doing pretty good.
Okay, so I'll just get to the point. I just listened to your reading of that article, and the only thing I have to say, I mean, he has the credentials and everything to do it. But I think he went about the whole situation. I mean, and God bless him for even having the intention if he's not scanning. to do it. I just think that if this is why collective effort go well together, because you don't have to do it all by yourself. So, if you would have got a coalition or a corporation all together, and you wouldn't have to raise all those funds and things by yourself and postpone it and take 10 years. Why everybody take 10 years to open up a school? Because you're trying to do it solo. In terms of and that's just my take of it. Let this be a learning lesson, I think, for us to not do things solo, and where you do things collectively, you're going to get better results. Teamwork definitely makes it easy. And not just in terms of donation, you know what I mean? In terms of full-on participation. So, in addition to that, to the interracial thing, I mean, what we were talking about, hey, that's you. I don't have anything to say about it.
Okay.
The company was talking about, it was something I wanted to address that, I guess it was about Dr. Umar, but it was something that, I wanted to say about our participation and being Pan-African. I'll say this.
I mean, if Dr. Umar is open up schools for Black people, that's great.
It stood out to me about being Pan-African, right? One thing that I learned and what I've been observing is that there's a lot of tribalism. And when I watched that movie, The Woman King, it kind of highlighted the things that, and I must say, I give Tariq the credit for it when calling out the tribalism. And so that's the one thing that's going to always hold the continent back. You know what I mean? Because we don't tend to have that. Like, if something really goes down over here, it doesn't take much for us to get together, right? And so, whenever they come over, I'm sorry, guys, I'm out of breath because I'm pulling my luggage in. Whenever they come over, people come over that come from those types of cultures, yes, we are looking and thinking, yeah, Black people, reinforce what we going through. Yeah, come on, my brothers and sisters, come on. We looking at them with all stars in our eyes, love in our hearts. And what I realize is that they're coming from a tribalistic culture, a lot of them. And so they've been seeing Black people all their lives. They've been having that opportunity to make love and not war. But what do you have? A lot of war. So that's all I'm gonna say on that. And hopefully everybody can get it together. But yeah, we about American freedom over here right now. Get ourselves together. And that's about it. That's all I need to. Okay, China COVID reparations. Yeah, right. Not gonna happen. And I'm always there.
All right, thank you, Phoenix. And I'm gonna touch up on the China. I'm gonna touch up on that China article too. It's pretty interesting how they say possibly you could pull the reparations out of China if it's proven that China did have the actual something to do with the actual COVID. And I think, let's be for real, a lot of people suspect that they did. And we're gonna be perfectly honest here. And they kind of made you on social media shut up about it and stuff too. But a lot of people actually suspected that, and they pretty much told you to shut up because, let's be for real, one hand washes the other, and the Chinese government hand been washing the United States hand, and likewise for a long time. So they told them to knock it off with all of that there. So they kind of they made everybody shut up. Like if you had a video on YouTube, they was making you watch what you said. They was if your channel was monetized, you had to be careful about what you posted. You couldn't say the big C word. You had to use a pandemic and stuff like that as well too. So luckily my channel ain't monetized tonight, so I am gonna say it. So just for everybody that wants to know, I'm gonna kick it to Black Native. Vovo, I'm gonna get to you too. But let me get to the new speakers. I want to go to Black Native, then I want to go to Dana, then I'm gonna get to you, Vovo, and I'm gonna get the company. So you guys keep your hands up. Go ahead and also tweet the space out, y'all. Tweet the space out as well too. How you doing tonight, Black Native? It's been a little minute since you was up in the space.
I'm doing well. I know, Newstoter. I took a break for a while. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Peace to the room. Peace to the room. Where's your two co-hosts?
I
They not here today?
They not here yet, so I don't know. So we try to hold it down. Now DJ knows about it, but I don't know if DJ might be working. So we'll hopefully they'll come up in here later on and take it or whatever. So how you doing tonight, though?
I'm doing good. I'm gonna go backwards to forward. With the China COVID reparations, I was saying that from the get go. Literally, like I was like, look, black people, since they were saying that we were dying the most and that we were the ones who were suffering the most from COVID, I was saying we should sue China if for all the deaths that they've caused to our people here in the United States, because we know when COVID first hit, and they showed the people initially coming from Wuhan. This was around like December of 2019, and I remember seeing the people sitting on the plane. I saw maybe one or two black people, and they probably were Africans, to be honest, and the rest were Asians and white people. So we know that our people weren't over there in Wuhan, but for somehow, some way, I predicted that too, that it was going to reach our community and we would be affected the most, just like HIV at this point. So, yeah, I said we should sue the Chinese government, black Americans, for causing all these unnecessary deaths in our community when we weren't over there in Wuhan to begin with. So, yeah, I see that happening if they can prove that it actually came from a lab in Wuhan. I'm going to speak about interracial marriages. I don't think it works for us. I don't think it's prosperous for us. People are going to do what they want to do. They're going to marry who they want to marry. But as the black community, I don't see any benefits coming out of interracial relationships or marriages. Right now in Mississippi, they have passed the they have reinstated some of the Jim Crow laws. And I tweeted, where are all these so-called people that say they don't see color, that there's no such thing as racism anymore? And I've started to put in there interracial relationships. Where are your counterparts, the non-black people? Why are they not speaking out? And they never do, if you notice that. And like you said, they funnel money out of our communities, especially with the black wealthy. Let's speak about Dr. Dre. His wife was white, and she's how much she getting every month? 100,000, 200,000. Let's speak about Tiger Woods, who refused to claim himself as black, but he's biracial, I guess, but we would consider him black. Let's look at his wife, who was the nanny. She's now a billionaire off of this man, his talents. She brought nothing to the table but her vagina. Excuse my French. So yeah, it's not beneficial. It never has been. I think it's been a kink. I think it's been a kink, and I think it's been what you call a fetish for a very long time. But it's never actually brought anything to our community. They have funneled so many millions of dollars out of our community, and I just want to give Robert De Niro, right? He's always been into black women, right? So his ex-wife thought she was going to get what these white women get when they funnel money from rich and famous black men. They said, nope, not today. So she sued Robert De Niro, and I think she was trying to get half of his wealth. They was like, no. I think she probably get like $25,000 a month, and we know he is worth a whole lot of money. But they didn't do her like that. So it's how it's played in the courts as well. So no, I don't see a benefit. I never have. Let's speak about Umar Johnson. Back in 2011, when he first, I think he started looking for a school around 2009 and 2010. I was living in Virginia at that time. He was in Virginia looking at a college. I think it was a historically black college in Virginia, and it was beautiful, the campus and everything. And he was looking at it. So he said he wanted People that sending their resumes. He was only taking Black people to work in the school. I sent my resume in. I even had contacted him on the phone, and we spoke a couple of times. Nothing came out of it. So fast forward, I think he bought the school in Delaware in 2018, I believe. Either 2018, 2019, FDMG Academy. And, he's had other people offer to help and give their free services. He's had people offer to do the website. Like if you type in the school, it doesn't even have a website yet, I don't believe, because the last time I checked, which was last year, it didn't. You had people offer to fix the school for free. And he turned it down because of his ego. And he's a very brilliant man and very articulate. He speaks for his people. But I don't know what's going on. The feds even had to come and say, look, you cannot ask for any more donations. And they listed FDMG Academy. But that didn't stop him because he's still asking for donations. And I believe he's collected close to damn near $3 million. So at this point, he's collected $3 million, and he still complains that our people ain't doing shit. He's had people offer to help him. You remember I don't know if you remember the interview he did with what's the rapper from what's his name? Lord Jamal. He was on Lord Jamal, and Lord Jamal was saying how his father-in-law, his wife's father, opened up a school. He was a teacher, and he opened up an all-Black school in Brooklyn. And he said, look, if he might be able to help you, give you some pointers or lead you in a direction of who might be able to help you with the school. And Umar got offended. Like, I don't need help. Like, I could do this on my own. And it's that ego playing in. And so that's when he got stuck. And hopefully he'll get the school running. Hopefully by the time he gets it up, these kids won't already be in college already. So, we'll see about it. And that's really all I have to say right now.
Oh, thank you, Black Native. You said quite a bit, though. You covered every topic, so I definitely appreciate that. Getting back real quick before I kick it to Dana, what you said about the actual reparation thing for China. Now, just so you know, you're talking about globally. You're talking about nations that are actually be trying to get some money out of China. You got the U.S. and every other nation on earth that was affected by the actual COVID pandemic will be looking to actually trying to get some dollars out of the actual Chinese out of the Chinese government. So it wouldn't just be Black folks, even though we have been over here in America hit the hardest with it. It was crazy when COVID first started. We thought that Black people might actually be immune to it. A lot of us thought that we were the ones that were rarely getting it, and then before you know it, we started just like you mentioned AIDS. When AIDS first came out, AIDS wasn't considered, wasn't hitting Black people like that. AIDS was the Black people that was actually getting AIDS in the actual Black community were people that were actually drug users. People that was actually sharing needles were the ones that was actually getting AIDS in America in the Black community. Then next thing you know, you start looking at the stats, and Black people were leading the stats for at least what they tell us in terms of the actual infections and stuff like that. So yeah, Black Native, just to put that in perspective, and I know you had your hand back. I'm gonna let you say something real quick, and I'm gonna get to Dana. Yeah, it would in terms of the actual COVID, they're talking about action. Like I said, I'm gonna touch up on that article as well too, because that article kind of gives you a framework of how you could potentially get some money out of China if you do go that route. Let's be for real. If you're not the United States, or you're not one of these major industrialized countries, China's going to tell you to go F off, like straight up. It's only a handful of nations on earth that could actually hold them responsible. And that's in terms of economically, hitting them like that. But if you're a small nation or whatever, or you're a third world nation, or you're a developing country or whatever, China's going to tell you to F off in terms of it. They're like, yeah, I'm sorry your people got hit with the COVID or whatever, but you're not getting anything right over here, so go beat it. So, Black Native, real quick, go ahead, and then I'm gonna get to Dana.
Right, yeah, China's not going to try to come out its pocket, but see, we were hit, like you said, when it first came out, Black people was out there cooking out and barbecuing and partying because we weren't getting sick, and then all of a sudden it just hit us like a brick, and then we just started getting sick, and they claim we were dying from it. So that's why I said specifically Black people. But United States, how many people died? Like 2 million, they said, and jobs. People are still trying to recover right now. Some people still haven't even gone back to work. I'm one of them. You know what I'm saying? I got a job working for the government, and they shut it down and never really reopened it back up again. So yeah, and then speaking about the HIV, they said now, I think they said Black women are now the main people that had the highest HIV. And when AIDS came out, it was a white man gay disease. It was white men who were dying from it in the 1970s and 80s. And I don't know how it got from gay white men to Black women. I guess down low brothers, that's another topic. But, that's the only way I could see that happening. And I'll go ahead and link.
Thank you, Black Native. Let me go ahead and get Dana. Dana, how you doing tonight?
Hey, how is everybody? How you doing? Do you have the article of that China reparations thing at the Jumbotron thing? Because I didn't hear that.
Yeah. I haven't even touched
the article.
Yeah, I haven't read it yet, Dana, but it's up there. It's in the Jumbotron on the far right hand side. I believe it's the first article on the far right side. But I'm gonna touch up on that as well.
Yeah, because I have to read up on that, but we ain't getting no reparations from China over COVID. And then even if China tell the U.S., okay, we'll give you quote unquote reparations or restitution because the COVID came out of our lab. All right, we'll pay you X amount, millions of billions of dollars, but you're going to handle the keys to the palace. Because in the next 50 years, China will be controlling the United States because they financially already control the United States now, because without them, our economy will collapse. But everyone's going to be having to learn Mandarin the next 50 years, and it's going to be mandatory. So they may say, if that is the case, because that could have been an opinion piece, that's why I asked who wrote the article. If that was the case, they're not doing it just to be doing it. They're going to want something in return, and that's going to mean the keys to the White House here. But that Wuhan lab thing, because a lot of people, social media's got shut down, suspended, silenced for saying what now they are admitting. So that was also, I believe, a collaboration with China and the United States. So it's like, yeah, the lab may have been in China, but it was some United States workers there, whether CIA or, CDC people. United States had their hand in it, and they knew what was going down. But anyway, I want to comment on Dr. Umar, because, and you all probably have a juicy hand on the night, honey, because some people probably going, get uncomfortable, because I feel Black people sometimes we are the most hating ass group of people of each other. The main reason why Dr. Umar Johnson's school took a decade, yes, that man has a big ego. Yes, he did not want outside entities such as the government, such as private corporations, anything related to charter schools to help him. But at the same time, a Jewish person, right, so there's a Jewish psychologist, wanted to open up a school and just wanted Jewish people to fund it, that school would have been open in 2 years. Why? Because the Jewish community support their own, especially when it comes to education. They don't sit and talk shit about somebody and complain because this person has a big ego, and they know they have a big ego, and they know a lot, but they're still going to support. What he could have also did to speed up this process is get a grant, but I guess he didn't. He's really trying to not have too much dependent on, quote unquote, the government. But even with this school, they have to say the Pledge of Allegiance. They have to have an American flag along with what the flag he wants. So there's still certain protocol. He just didn't want financially to have it be under the control of private corporate entities or the government. He wanted to be funded and operated solely by Black people. But we're the ones that have a problem that don't want to work together and help fund our educational institutions. So the problem lies with us. And we're so busy worried about how somebody said something and what they said as into actual solutions, coming up with actual solutions and implementing those things. So I've donated several times monthly to his school organization, and I don't have a problem doing that because that is needed. He is an educator. He is a psychologist. He is bringing in people who are the specialists to help teach the children. Now, I followed his case. Unlike certain trolls on YouTube that create a whole channel and got a strong following trolling this man's property. It's no such thing as free help, especially when it has to do with havoc or construction. Anybody that says I'm gonna offer you my services like that for free, I won't even accept it. And he tried again to only use black contractors, and he ended up having to use a white company to put the havoc in or what have you. But anything that has to do with redevelopment, construction, it does take time, and it takes money, and it takes influence. And he was Xing out everybody else and only wanted black people, whether it's here in the United States or abroad, to fund it. And that was his problem. For me, that was his main problem, because you solely want to depend on black people. And if you look at the state of black people here in America throughout different so-called communities, it's not functioning. We are not economically stable. So that's how I see it, why it took him so long, because he said it, he wanted solely to be funded by black Americans, whether it's here and abroad, because he is a Pan-Africanist. So everything else about, well, he talked too much, yes, or he has a big ego, yes. No, he didn't want charter funding. No, and he said it, that there were private entities that were coming to ask, to lend help. Other black scholars or businessmen who do have the connections, he probably turned some of that money down because their money is connected to corporations or the government by way of the state or federal, what have you. So his dream was a big ass dream, and what he should have did was start small and build up on it. But this was his dream, and now it's coming to fruition. And I'm looking forward to him opening up the school, because whether he opens it this year or next year or 10 years, there's still going to be children that needs to be educated. And I'm gonna land right now.
All right, thank you, Dana. And I agree with you. Like I say, I want him to open up the school, and let's just be honest here. We need more than one school. We need hundreds of schools. We need thousands of schools. So if he could be one of the first people to go ahead and get things popping off, then I say more power to him. I know.
One more thing with that, because there are other independent schools. Like charter schools is an independent school. Just make no mistake about it. The thing is with charter schools, yes, there are private entities or corporations that help fund it, which can be a good thing. But then they also get their money is also matched by whatever state that it's in, because each child comes with a price tag, each student. So that state matches that charter school for that one kid. Plus, they have private money from corporations or whatever business funding that charter school. So they're getting money twofold, whereas a regular public schools is just getting it from the state, and some from the federal government. So there are a lot of independent black schools, small, medium size, but the difference between Dr. Umar is he wanted it to be operated and funded solely by black people. And that has never happened before. No, it has never happened before.
Now, what about LeBron James? Now, his school, isn't that pretty much funded by him?
LeBron James doesn't have a school. He does not have a school. LeBron James helps bring money to that school, but that's not his school. I'm in Ohio, but I'm not in Akron. That school is a public school. It may be, what do you call it? Not charter, but the other thing, the other type of school.
I thought it was his school.
No, it's not his school. It's not his school. And people, because he was there, because a building may be named after, it's not his school. He may be the face so that, again, they could get outside recognition and funding, but it's not his school. Magnet. I think it's a magnet school or something, but that's part of the public school education. He's just bringing in money for what, like a new gym or a playground or whatever, but that's not his school.
It's the same way Ciroc, Diddy doesn't own Ciroc, and 50 Cent doesn't own.
Real quick. I'm gonna get to you in a second. I'm gonna go ahead and get to you. Let me, Dana. Are you you got anything else you want to add before we go to the next speaker?
The interracial marriage, Black people marry each other 85%. Now, you got the other 15% that marry outside, but Black people are a majority, over 80% marrying each other. So who gives a shit about interracial marriage?
All right. Thank you. And like I said, I didn't know the thing about LeBron James because we heard a couple months ago, we had a thing about you had what was a white kid or whatever got shot out there, and they you had an incident where somebody got killed near the actual school or whatever, and we kept hearing that it was LeBron James school. So
of course, because his face was there, that's not his school. That's the media, and I think we're doing media. I'm in media. We're all in media. You should know the propaganda and the bullshit to sell papers to get the click. So LeBron James school, that's not his school.
all right, thank you, Dana. Let me go ahead and get to Leon, and I'm gonna get to you. I am after Leon, and then we're gonna get to our other speakers, Volvo and the company. Go ahead, Leon.
Actually, Volvo was
Yeah, we're trying to get to the new speakers though. We're trying to get anybody when I go that way, we're trying to get the people who haven't actually had a chance to speak. Those we're gonna get back to the ones who have spokes. So you go ahead.
okay. Another interesting night. This was actually my first time talking on Sunday. So let's see what we have here. China. This just I always had suspicions about it. Service, I've always had suspicions about the Wuhan. Now, I don't know if anybody knows, but Wuhan is controlled by the World Health Organization. The World Health Organization, who was on the Council of the World Health Organization, who was also the head of the CDC, Mr. Fauci himself. So why do you think Mr. Fauci bowed out? That he's kind of on the hush hush now. So you got to take a look into that. He knew what was going down with this. They all knew what was going down with this, with the COVID. And yes, blacks were, they always like to use that proportionally more. They're going to get affected, yada 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 yada. But we didn't really get ours till a little bit later in the ball game when it started coming down. So eventually we got it. Understandable. Now, what you were saying about should China pay reparations? I would say yes. I want anybody that's going to give me a check. I don't care who it is. Because I'm sure they're dirty. You see how there's a video running around now how they taking our music and our clothing and taking our dance and all that. I actually put that on my page right now. If anybody wants to go see that, I think that's hilarious. but like I said, they practice anti-black hate just like any other group of people. So yeah, if they want to give up that cash, my hands wide open. Let's see. Let's go to the interracial marriages. What you're starting to see is a lot of the stars. We're just going to stick to the celebrities and the sports athletes. 9 times out of 10, what it's starting to see to me is a lot of them when they are in those relationships, most likely they are their managers' children, or have you. Could be like former sports coach, daughter or son or whatever have you. And that's what they marry. What they're doing is they're trying to keep the wealth in close proximity. Most of these people, they're not marrying just willy-nilly Becky's off the street. That's first and foremost. You think willy-nilly Becky's or Ken's off the street. They know these people. 9 times out, their family has money. So you gotta remember, money marries money. Money marries money equals more money. That's how you start developing wealth. Not saying it's doing anything to help black wealth. It's just wealth in general.
Wait, real quick, Leon. You're saying that you're saying the black people that's marrying the white ones, that they're marrying other wealthy white people, is what you're saying?
Hell yeah. Hell yes.
Well, let's take a couple examples here. Let me give a couple historical examples. I want to lay real quick.
I mean,
Real quick, real quick, real quick, real quick, real quick, real quick. I just want to say, when we look, we can think back to O.J. Simpson marrying Nicole Brown, who was a waitress at the time. We can also think back to Tiger Woods marrying the nanny. Okay, so I don't quite know about that, Leon. I don't know about that
You
one.
know, you got me on those points. That was only just those two. You know, but I mean, they're good. Like, let's be honest about the OJ.
Michael Jackson.
OJ really wanted. OJ wanted. What's her name?
Hey, company, stay on your mic. Go ahead, Leon.
What's Kim Kardashian's mom? That's if I remember now.
Yeah.
OJ was banging her on the side, on top of Nicole. So I mean, let's keep it a buck. Now, what's the hell's her name?
Michael Jackson. Okay, he married Lisa Marie Presley. Okay, that's an equal match. But then he married Debbie Rowe. Okay, I'm just saying.
I don't even think that's that.
Now, somebody like Diana Ross, when she married white men, they were well-to-do white men. They had to have money.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Just something to think about. Not saying that's what they all do. But the ones that you notice that's what they. Here's another example. Remember the brother that was playing Luke Cage from the Marvel Luke Cage?
Yeah.
His wife was white. His wife, family, father was a big head honcho of Netflix. She also worked for Netflix. See what I'm saying? That was a power move, even though it's interracial, but it's a financial power. Now I don't know if they're still together. I'm about to say at that time. See, he was making moves. Hey, she's running Netflix, so and I got a show on Netflix. Maybe I'll keep my ass on the floor or keep my ass bring some money.
I'm gonna just be honest. Rarely when we see these millionaire black men, especially black men marrying now Eve, the rapper Eve married a man that's got a lot of money from England or whatever. But rarely do we see these when we talking about these entertainers and stuff and these athletes. Rarely do you see them marrying somebody who's bringing millions to the table as well. Too, they may have a nice profession, they may be college educated, but rarely are they bringing millions of dollars, something that's equal or something that's even in the same neighborhood as these black athletes. I rarely see it. I may see it more so with even black women when they marry somebody. It seems like when a black woman marry, like I say, when you look at some of the black women marrying and stuff historically, they seem to marry men and stuff that actually has some means. But the black men seem to be marrying women that, hey, she look good, or let's be for real, a lot of cases she doesn't look good, but the fact that she's white, I'm gonna marry her because that makes something. So I don't know if I could rock with that one, Leon.
Well, then we can go back to what like Native said. I think she said about the fetish. Then you can say you can bring that scenario in. But I was just speaking on. I'm not speaking on every black man. I'm just speaking on the ones that got money. And the way, like you were saying, how you were saying like that at the Oscars or whatever the last award show, and you were saying how you seen a lot of them with like ones on their arms. That's what I was saying. I said ones there were celebrities or something. Most times, 9 times out of 10, they celebrities and they marry celebrities. That's what I'm trying to. That's what I was just saying. You know, I don't think that's the whole reason. I'm just trying to bring that out. I think but when I see it, it's like, okay, well, why this person's like, okay, Brody James, Brian James, or not Brody James, the other son.
You talking about the son, Bronny?
Not Bronny, the other boy, the other son.
Yeah, the other. I forgot the other one name. Bryce. You talking about Bryce?
Yeah, remember he went to some dance and that one white girl. Now
I think that's Bronny you was talking about. Bronny went to prom. Yeah.
That's supposed to be one of LeBron's inner circle's daughters. See, well, that's what I'm trying to say. They try to keep that money in a close proximity. That's all. That's all I'm trying to get at. Not saying that they go on if they have a relationship, but sometimes they groom them. You know what I'm saying? They also groom them into that situation.
Okay.
Because it's a power move. But in Umar Johnson, I don't really have really much to say about that brother. I don't know. You should have had that school done a long time ago. But it is what it is. I'll land there.
All right, real quick. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna kick it to I am. I'm gonna kick it to I am. I also, guys, I got to touch up on this China reparation article real quick too. So after I am, everybody just keep your hands up and I'm gonna go through that real quick, and then you're free to touch up on any topic that you want to. But like I say, Leon, yeah, a lot of times these brothers, I don't know, I don't really see them keeping that wealth like that really tied up. But we'll come back on that. Let me get to I am. I am, how you doing tonight?
Peace, brother. Thank the host of the room. Peace, power, and reparations to the family. Hope everyone had a productive and progressive weekend. In regards to this China COVID reparations, listen, if they saying it came from there and it's receipts to say it came from there, then they need to pay up. You know what I'm saying? Because, like my nephew said, COVID-19 didn't shut down the country. The government shut down the country. So somebody got paid. There's people out here still suffering tremendously. Shit, I'm just getting back on my feet from it. So, my business suffered tremendously. So, yeah, where it come from? Come from China, it come from the United States government. They need to pay up because COVID-19 can't pay up. In regards to interracial marriage, no, I'm not with it. Not with it at all. I see North Carolina, South Carolina. I see so much interracial couples and these biracial children walking around here. It's disgusting. Absolutely not. I'm not with it. I don't care how much money you got or not. I want to keep it in the bloodline. I want my children to look like me. I want to be able to identify with the person I am with across the board. Not trying to sit here and gotta explain to you, why I use this type of oil or why I buy so much shea butter. Stuff like I'm not going for that. So, my husband is a Black American with blood, sweat, and everything in the soil, and so are my children, and my grandchildren are. Thank God, because I told my children, like my parents told me, if you can't use your comb, don't bring them home. If you shed, keep them out your bed. In regards to Umar Johnson, listen, I know the brother personally. I worked with the brother business-wise, and personally, he's helped me with my nephew with his IEPs, and I've donated, and I'm with Dana 100% in regards to that. Matter of fact, one of my very good friends actually just went up there to Delaware and built a fence for the brother. So, he has a big ego. I agree. But if you know him personally, he will backpedal that ego and you actually get and sit and talk to him and see who the person he is. We put him on a pedestal and given him that ego. But if you sit and talk to him and know him personally, then you will see that, that's just his, we'll put it this way, his public persona. He's a good brother. Like I said, I've done a lot of business with him. He owes me a favor now. and I will continue to business with him and support his school in any and every way that I possibly can. I have no problems with the brother at all. And I think we all should. People are talking about, oh, he should have been at his school. Where's your school? Where's your school? Well, you got so much mouth. Where's your school?
It ain't about.
It takes. Bro, I didn't interrupt.
Yeah, real quick, Leon, just let her go ahead and finish her point up.
Bro,
go ahead, I am. You got it, I am.
Brother, have some decorum. You see what I'm saying? So, like I said, everything takes time. There's a lot of background information that we don't know about it. One thing that I did express to him and will continue to express to him is transparency. The only people that he's obligated to provide any information in regards to what's going on with it is the people who donated. That's it. Nobody else. He don't owe y'all shit. That's straight up and down. He don't. He really don't. So you can comment, you can talk or anything, but have you contributed to the brother? What have you contributed to our community? Where's the tangibles that you've committed to our community? Put that up. Let's talk about that. So I have faith in the brother, and I'm not saying this because I know him and how he's helped me in both business and professional. But everybody's got to start somewhere. Everybody has their obligation to do stuff for our people, and he's doing his, and he's been doing it for a long time. So I applaud anything and anybody that our people are doing to help our people progress. So again, Newstoter, I appreciate you, brother.
Thank you. And let me just say this real quick. I am is not specifically talking about anybody in the space. I think she's just referring to the, over the years, you've had people that say that he's scamming, he's this, he's that, or whatever. So I don't want anybody to personally think that she and I can't speak for the sister, but I don't believe she's personally saying that, hey, she's coming at anybody directly in the space. But we've all heard the actual remarks people made about Umar Johnson, that he's a scammer, he's a thief, he's this or that or whatever. So I think she's just sharing her personal experience from that. She said she's personally done business with the man. She feels that he's an upright dude. So she's just sharing what she personally believes, but I don't think she's personally talking about anybody in particular in this space, singling out anybody. So I just want to go ahead and just put that out there. I'm not trying to speak for the sister, but that's just from what I understand, just what she's trying to say. So that's all I want to say. I'll say this part here like that. I don't know how long. I know people, it's been 10 years or whatever. I don't care how long it takes. If he can actually get that actual school up, and if he could have done it, and then sometimes people, when you do stuff the way that you want to do it your way, things can get delayed. So if he can actually get that school up, and it's been 100% funded by actual Black dollars, that is a major accomplishment to look at and, to tip your cap to. So I'm hoping that the brother can get it. And Dane, I know you was talking about charter schools and stuff. My kids went to a charter school before. Of course, it wasn't a Black school or whatever, but charter schools still to me are basically like a mix between a private school and a public school. But if he can actually get this way, it's been actually 100% Black dollars going into it. That's a model that could potentially serve the greater community. So, I'm hoping that Umar can go ahead and get it, for the simple fact is that we need more Black schools. We need more Black men creating schools and stuff as well, too. So I'm hoping that he can go ahead and get it. He's a Pan-African. I'm not a Pan-African myself or whatever, but that doesn't mean that you can't root for somebody that may have a different ideology, because at the end of the day, I believe this man genuinely has a care and a love for his people, So I want to see, the school get up. Like I said before, early in the space, our kids go to regular public schools, they go to private schools, they go to Catholic schools, they go to Baptist schools, they go to Presbyterian schools, they go to all kind of different schools out there. So if they went to a school that did have a Pan-African type view or Afrocentric type view or whatever, hey, fine. They're already indoctrinated into European views and thoughts anyway. So that's not going to hurt my feelings in the least bit. I hope the man can go ahead and do it. I hope that he can inspire other people. I know you had a young cat, the cat named Randall. It was a Randall something, young cat Randall. I think in his 20s, he had created an actual school as well too. King Randall, I believe his name was King Randall. Either last year, the year before, I believe that he went and he created a school as well too. So, and I don't know what happened with his school. I know it was up and running. So, to me, that's positive. I hope that he can go ahead and he can do it. And I hope that it can be an inspiration to people. I hope that he goes ahead and he gets it finished and completed. And we start seeing young men. I know they say down the road, they're going to have it where they're going to bring in and girls as well too. But I hope that we can go ahead and get these young Black men, these young boys into this actual school, and that they can actually go ahead and start implementing the actual teaching and stuff. and the instructions that so many of our young black men, our young black boys, teenagers need. So I'm hoping that that's going to be a win for the black community. That's all I hope. And I wish the man the best of success. I had some differences in terms of what Umar said in terms of the reparations and basically that black people, um, I guess that we need to have things in order before we get it, but that has nothing to do with the actual school here. So I'm hoping and I'm rooting for the brother, and I hope that he can get it done, and I hope that we can have hundreds, if not thousands, that are not only black schools but funded by black people. And yes, I know you in order to actually get these schools, you're going to have some federal dollars and state dollars and tax and all this other kind of stuff, grants and everything else going that way. But it'd be nice to see actually us funding our actual projects and stuff like that. And despite what people say, there is enough of us. We have enough money to do it. I know a lot of people say, well, we don't need, we the last, we spend trillions of dollars in this country. We have the money that we can set aside, and whether it's $50 here, $50 there, $100 here, $20 there, $25, we have the actual money, y'all, that we can start putting it into actual play. We need to stop coming up with these excuses and every reason in the world why we can't do it. We have money to go ahead and do and eat out 4-5 times a month. We have money to go ahead and pay our cell phone bills. We have money to do this and that or whatever. We have money that we can set aside $15, $20, $30 a month, $40, $50, at least $20 a month, and start contributing in some of these actual projects and stuff that's going to benefit our community. So we have to go ahead and we have to start really looking into that. I'm going to go ahead and get to you, Volvo, and then after I get to you, Volvo, I want to go ahead and then company, you'll be next. Dana, Leon, you'll be next. I definitely have to go ahead and touch up on this actual article about the actual China and the COVID reparations. It's a pretty good article. I want to go ahead and I want to slice up in that real quick and just dissect some of the finer points of that article as well too. So, Volvo, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Yeah, I appreciate you letting me speak again, brother. Yeah, I just wanted to touch on the China. I'm not sure if you touched on the article, and I know you mentioned it a bunch of times. I think you read a piece of it where they were saying that it might have came out of a lab. I don't think that this is my opinion. I don't think that it did come out of a lab. I think that's them saving face. If you look at that part of the world, is very nasty. I mean, like unsanitary type nasty, to where they eating anything, they living in filth and all that type of shit. So when you living like that, that breeds disease. When you living like that, I mean, like it's like really it's pollution. They don't got a high, what I want to say, standard of living over there. If you look at that part of the world, and you look at those Asian countries like China, India, all Cambodia and all in it, they got those wet markets. They don't got the best sanitation, and when and that type of shit breeds disease. You know what I mean? My thing is this: if it did come out of a lab, right? Which I don't think it did. I think it just came from the way they live it. But I don't know. I'm not an expert. But if it did come out of a lab, why do you got that in a lab? I know you might be studying it or something, but maybe that could be a weapon then. Like that could be a weapon. They could be used, like that. That could definitely, that could be a potential to be a weapon. They get the whole world sick with this type of shit, and only make us remember this. They had a zero COVID policy, to where we was out living regular American life. They were still locked down, like to very recently. Like they might be carrying the shit in they people and then put it back out there. I don't know. That's just my conspiracy theory shit, but. I don't know. That could definitely be a weapon. And for the record, I've never had COVID. I don't know nobody that had COVID. All these black people that have been dying. Me personally, I ain't went to no COVID funeral. I have not went to one COVID funeral. So all these black people I'm black people. Ain't nobody in my family died. Ain't nobody in my family had it. All over the country, ain't nobody in my family had it. So I ain't went to no COVID. I ain't even had a COVID test. I was just living my regular life. You know what I mean? But that's besides the point. As far as the Umar Johnson thing, I know we on this wave of, this Black American wave. I understand that. But my problem with the Pan African is that they never had a plan. You know, they don't really have a plan. You know, that's what I used to think until I sat down and thought about it. What Dr. Umar Johnson trying to do is very brilliant. It's actually a brilliant plan what he's trying to do, because what he's trying to do, right? From my understanding, I don't know the whole thing about what he's trying to do. He's trying to indoctrinate the children with Pan-Africanism. With Pan-Africanism. That's who you're supposed to get. You know, we already old and corrupted, and we got our own, we stuck in our ways. A child is a blank slate. So imagine if that was to work, if he was to really get it pumping, and it was black kids coming from all over the world, right? And he was training them in trades and making them politicians, and then he was sending them back to their countries. And they all went back to their countries with a Pan-African mindset. That's brilliant. That's the way you're supposed to do it. You know what I mean? Like people say he ain't get the school up in 10 years. And somebody said earlier the kids might be in college. Those kids might be in college. Kids ain't never going to stop being on the planet. We all used to be kids. So those kids going to be in college, but it's always going to be new kids. So like what he's trying to do, it don't matter how long it takes. If he can get that done, that's how you're supposed to do it. If that's his ideology, I might don't agree with his ideology, but that's actually a brilliant idea. Indoctrinate the children. I'm laying, brother.
I'm going to say this part right here, Bovo, real quick. And I know you said that you, because I've had the COVID before. I've had it a couple times. The first time I had it, it kind of, that the first day or so, it really took me down. But I would definitely say the COVID played a big part in my mother losing her life. My mom had stage 4 cancer. And just as my mom seemed like she was making a recovery and getting ready to come home for Thanksgiving, she ended up getting COVID. And she ended up getting it twice while she was in the hospital. And she never recovered. The COVID, along with the pneumonia, definitely took her life. So I would definitely say that COVID is real. COVID played a big part. My mom, she was fighting tough, hanging tough, and she messed around and got that COVID, and that pretty much killed her. Within not even 2 months of being diagnosed with stage 4 cancer, she ended up getting that damn COVID, and that COVID killed her. And my mom was talking, she was doing therapy, she was up and about walking. We getting ready a week before Thanksgiving, bring her back home. That Sunday before Thanksgiving, her temperature was all out of whack and everything else. Went up there to the she was in a rehab center, went ahead and they took her and rushed her to the emergency room, found out she had COVID. And that was it for her. She never, ever recovered from that damn COVID. So if they're going to cut a check, yeah, go ahead and cut that check to all of us, because we definitely deserve it. Because I truly believe, even with that stage 4 cancer, even what the doctor and them told us, they said that's the cancer would not take her down this quick. You know, she got diagnosed maybe around October 23rd, 24th. By December 16th, 17th, or whenever she died, she didn't make it even a full 2 months. So COVID definitely played a part in her dying.
Let me say this, brother. I apologize. I don't.
Oh no. I mean, you don't have nothing to apologize. I just want to no.
Even to you, not just to you, but you know, I'm sorry to hear that about your mama, man. I still got my mother. I don't know what I do. I don't know what, you know. So I'm sorry to hear that, brother. I really am. Let me say this though. I don't want to make light of anybody else that had lost a family member or someone to COVID. I'm just saying my experience. You know what I mean? I hope I didn't come off the wrong way.
Oh no, I understand what you were saying, and I mean you're fortunate, and I'm glad for you that nobody that you really know or related to really had to deal with COVID like that. But like I say, I've had it. I've had a number of family members and stuff that had it. I believe a couple distant cousins, one or two of them may even passed away from it. So, you know, it's one of those things, man. Like I said, I truly believe if that COVID had not popped itself up, that she would still be here to this day. Now, that's not to say she would have lasted long, because they only gave her a year with the stage 4 cancer she had. But we were planning on getting her into the chemo and everything else, and we just never could do that. She just within not even a full month, her health just went down to the point that, you know, it was nothing really we could do. So, you know, I just like to say that COVID, you know, it really, and I'm going to touch up on that article right now. Matter of fact, But that COVID has done a number on people worldwide. It has done a number, killing over 6.5 million people died from it. Trillions of dollars it costs in the actual economy. I mean, when you start talking about all of the closures and everything else, black businesses got dealt the worst blow of anybody else. You know, while they was giving Asians money for the loss that their businesses incurred, they did not give black-owned businesses the same kind of respect as well, too. So I just want to go ahead and I'm gonna touch up on that real quick. I'm gonna get to you, company, after I go ahead and touch up on this article. I'm gonna get to the company, then I'm gonna get to Dana, and I'm gonna get to Leon, and anybody else that wants to speak as well too. You can go ahead and raise your hand. Just give me 1 second, and we're gonna touch up on this article real quick, y'all, and then we'll go ahead and you're free to go back and talk about whatever topic you really want to. So we're just trying to go ahead and get it all in while we can. It's up in the Jumbotron on the far right-hand side. And the article is actually from Yahoo. COVID costs trillions. If China is responsible, it should pay. This is from Yahoo. It was curated on Newstoter.com platform. It says, it might have been a moment of carelessness. It might have been a rogue worker, or it might have been done deliberately. Whatever the explanation, there's a growing belief within security, intelligence, and medical circles that the COVID-19 escaped from a laboratory in Wuhan. 3 years of lockdowns, an estimated 6 million deaths, and a shattered global economy may have all been caused not just by a horrific accident involving food markers and vats, but because a virus broke out of a lab and affected humans. It wasn't so long ago that the proponents of the so-called Chinese lab leak theory were derided as lunatics. Facebook even censored online posts that asserted that the COVID-19 was a man-made virus. Now, a growing list of official bodies are giving credence to the theory, particularly in the United States. The latest is a report this week from U.S. Energy Department distributed to the White House and Congress, which concluded that the virus leaked from a laboratory, although it cautioned that it did not believe it was engineered as part of a weapons program. The FBI, which knows a thing or two about investigations, also appears to have come down on the side of the lab leak theory. In fairness, 4 other major U.S. agencies are still neutral on the origins of COVID-19, but one point is now clear. The lab leak is no longer some wild conspiracy theory that was rampant on social media. We may never know for sure because of Beijing's refusal to be open with the rest of the world as to what happened in the World Health Organization's fumble investigation, but it looks increasingly plausible. Here's an interesting question, Howard. If that does turn out to be the most likely explanation for COVID-19's origin, what should be the response? Clearly, the WHO needs to get its house in order. Western governments might also like to ask themselves whether it was really wise to follow the Chinese model of locking down their populations to control the virus when we still know so little about how it emerged. But COVID-19 was also the most expensive thing to happen to the world ever. It triggered the worst economic crisis in more than a century, according to the World Bank. Governments were forced to take on unprecedented levels of debt. Supply chains were snarled up, years were lost in education, and of course, on the latest reckoning, 6.75 million people died. We could all spend a little time figuring out the precise figure to put on the cost of all of that, and yet one point is certain, it's going to have a heck of a lot of zeros on the end of it. We have, quite rightly, a long tradition of demanding reparations from countries that start wars. Rome imposed levies on Carthage after the Second Punic War. France was forced to pay 700 million francs after its defeat at the Battle of Waterloo. And most famously, the Allies demanded huge sums of money from Germany after World War I. The principle is simple. Just as you owe damages if, for example, you harm your neighbor's garden or scratch their car, so a nation needs to pay for any harm caused by something it has done. Indeed, reparations are becoming more and more fashionable, certainly within liberal opinion. There's a huge demand for Britain, the U.S., and others to pay reparations for slavery, even though it was a long time ago, and whether the great-grandchildren of the victims are owed compensation is, to put it mildly, debatable. Likewise, the COP27 conference in November agreed that major industrialized nations should pay historic damages for climate change, even though none of them knew the weather system was at risk at the time they started building factories. If reparations are judged to be justified for slavery or climate change, then the case for making China pay for COVID-19 is surely unanswerable. True, the caveats to that, we need to be careful about treating China as a hostile state. It already imposed a de facto embargo on some products from Australia, an economy that depends on Chinese exports, for raising difficult questions about the origins of COVID-19. And it is already close to arming the Russian military machine, and no one wants to provoke the country into escalating that conflict. Nor is there anything to be gained by crashing the Chinese economy. Trade is so intertwined that we will suffer just as much as they will. If there are to be reparations, they would need to be set at a level where the Chinese government can afford them. That said, with the GDP of 17.7 trillion and with the trade surplus running at 800 billion a year, China can afford quite a lot without going broke. On top of all of that, it would be difficult to collect the money if China does not want to pay, but it would not be impossible. For example, a 1% levy on converting dollars or euros into their currency will raise a lot of cash. So, an additional 1% tariff on Chinese exports to Europe, the US, or Japan, it would be hard for China to avoid that, and it might even help our own industries claw back some competitiveness. There are plenty of reasons not to oppose reparations. It is too dangerous or difficult, and yet, despite all of that, the rest of the world can't simply pretend that nothing has happened, nor that there isn't a bill to be paid. We should, of course, wait until it is proven beyond reasonable doubt. But if COVID-19 came out of a lab in Wuhan, then China needs to start paying for the damage inflicted on the rest of the world, and it needs to start paying now. All right. So let me go ahead and real quick before I get the company up in the jumbotron, y'all. We have the actual Newstoter YouTube channel as well as a newsletter. Please go ahead and subscribe to it. Help us grow that YouTube channel, guys. If you're not already subscribed to the YouTube channel, please go up there in the jumbotron. I believe it might be the fourth or fifth one over. Go over there real quick while we're having this space and go ahead and subscribe to the YouTube channel. When you get a chance, also subscribe to the newsletter. I tweeted that out today, so you guys can go ahead and subscribe to the newsletter as well too. Also support Newstoter on Cash App for those that can. That is $Newstoter, $Newstoter. Newstoter is the largest Black-owned, the largest Black American media news curation platform today in America. Once again, that is $Newstoter, $Newstoter. If you don't have a Cash App, then you can support us on Cash App or Venmo. You can support us on, you can support us on Venmo or PayPal. For those in YouTube, the actual links of the Cash App, Venmo, and PayPal are up in the actual in the link section. So real quick, let me go ahead to the company, Dana, and then see Leon, he came now. So we'll go to you company, then we'll go to Dana.
You know, there's never enough time that you can give condolences to a person, and again, you know, condolences to you, your family, and you know, for the loss of your mother and all that. You know, for the most part. I want to speak on the topic of China COVID reparation, I guess. One way or another, when this country gets into its debt, the way I look at it is that, you know, somebody got to pay for it, right? A war breaks out somewhere. People, you know, say, hey, you know, we've been robbed, you know. This is how these people do things. So if they were to get the money from the reparation, who do we believe that we would back them 100%? Say, hey, you want to go to war with these people, and you're gonna, you know, guarantee that, you know, these reparations are being paid. I mean, who would it be? I mean, I'm all for, you know, taking it from China because, you know, we could just immediately just stop trading that reparation money and, you know, become the producers, manufacturers of this country. We don't even need those people anymore. That's just my opinion. But, you know, if anyone else has any other opinions, you know, this is just my opinion personally, looking at it from the outside looking in and stuff like that from far away. We have to start making those choices.
Well, one thing I will say real quick before I go to Dana Company is like the article says, you do have to be careful how you actually go about doing this with China. If it was ever to be proven, which I really don't think is that hard to prove, but whether the United States and some of these other nations really want to prove it is a whole nother thing as well too. But we live in a global economy and everything is tied. China, I bought a pen today, looked at it, and the damn thing was from China. So everything now, China's become the biggest manufacturer probably on the planet, and a lot of that has to do with the United States helping to help put them in that predicament. Why would you go ahead when you were the manufacturing giant and go ahead and start putting these other people, these other nations, into power where they could actually take over? It's simply because you were greedy. You didn't want to pay your people here a wage, and you want to go ahead and pay somebody in another nation a much cheaper wage and salary. And now it's backfired. We saw at the time that when you did have the pandemic, when you had all of these ships and stuff like that, and everything was low on the supplies and stuff like that. It's absolutely no reason in the world that the United States should have to depend on any nation on the face of this earth to supply them with the basic stuff. You know, of course, any and everything can't be manufactured here. There's going to be some things that's going to be manufactured in other places, but the United States went ahead and they started shipping these jobs overseas as a way, to go ahead and not pay the American public a real livable wage, and it's come back to bite them. So, like I said, you have to be careful too how you're going to go about China, because you can't sit up here and just all out punish the Chinese economy, because your economy is going to suffer as well too. It's global. Everybody want to have this global economy. Well, we got it. We all tied to one another. So, even though the China and United States are in competition with one another, they're so tied in terms of the economics. So much of the debt is owed by one country over the other. It really doesn't benefit the United States really to see China just go down the toilet, because if China goes down the toilet, your economy is going to soon be following as well too. Let me go ahead and kick it to Dana.
Can I
Real quick, company, because we got to go to Dana.
Okay, so we know how things are supposed to be, but we also know how these people do things. That's all that I want to say for that.
All right, thank you, company. Let me go ahead and kick it to Dana. Dana, you have it.
Yeah. I mean, I think that we should not really be focused on reparations from China, because even if they were to agree to any type of reparations regarding COVID, that's going to all Americans, not Black Americans. So why, I don't even care about that, because that's not going to happen. We have way better chance of getting reparations from the state and federal government here than we do from China. And again, like I said, that's going to be going to everybody. And the people who are the most organized, they're going to be the first ones getting the check. So I think we need to focus on what's going on here. I don't know if you wanted to bring it up or talk about it tonight, or if you mind if I just bring it up. I would like to know more of what went down in California at a community town hall meeting, because, everyone is looking to the state of California regarding that reparation task force, who have been doing a phenomenal job for the past, 2 years. And now you had a line out the door of upset Black people, and they was throwing the word freemen, original natives, and everywhere else under the sun. And I'm not saying we can talk about this, because I know that's not your topic, but it falls under the umbrella of reparations. And the problem that I have is we get so caught up in words and labels that we're never going to get anywhere. So, yeah, that article with China COVID reparations from Yahoo, I believe that's more of an opinion piece. And that's just trying to divert people's attention away from this government knowing what they were doing. This was intentional, letting out this beast out of a lab. It was very intentional. And it was intentional to coerce the election and all the other stuff. So throw out an article from one news outlet and put reparations on it, and that's going to distract everybody to focus on reparations and not the truth at hand that we already knew 2 years ago. So, COVID, and I do want to echo what the other gentleman said, that, condolences to you, Newstoter, and anyone who had to overcome COVID or had a loved one pass away or get sick from it. And I'm not making these comments to belittle that at all. It's just that it was so much damage done and so many lies and cover up and mandates that was put on American citizens that is crazy. You couldn't leave out this country unless you could prove that you were vaccinated. No one couldn't come in, unless you proved that you were vaccinated. You couldn't work. You lost your job. Matter of fact, so let's just say this. Let's just play the game. Let's just say this is real, that China is going to pay reparations. Well, that is probably the United States saying, we got all these goddamn lawsuits, $100 million lawsuits just out of New York alone. But other states, people, organizations, unions are suing these goddamn states that implemented these mandates, and people lost their job. And they're winning, right? So it's a judgment passed, but these same states were implementing mandates that the federal government told them to do. So then the state's going to be looking at the federal government, well, you won't have to pay for these damn lawsuits because we can't afford it. We're just trying to get back on our feet from the shutdown that lasted for 2 damn years. So now it's like, okay, so now that we know for sure, right, that this thing came out of China, so let's get some billions from them that could pay for all these lawsuits, because what we did was unconstitutional in the first place. So I'm just like, honestly, I think we need to focus on what's important, and that's reparations here in America, and because that's going to become an issue. And I'll hold back for now, yield for now.
All right, and I agree with what you're saying, Dana. We're touching up on the China thing.
Who was that just burped?
Oh, I don't know who that was. But we're touching up on the we want to touch. I want to touch up on the China thing as well too, because I already understand that reparations are not coming. When you talk about China, reparations, they're not like a cut a check for black people or anything like that. So I definitely agree with you saying. They're talking about the reparations, I guess, and this would be something that the government would have to actually do. This would be something like they would cut a back deal, some kind of back deal agreement in terms of, I guess, trade and this and that, or whatever, X amount of dollars would come to the United States or whatever country, whatever. So I'm in complete agreement with you on that as well too. But I did find it interesting, with the amount of deaths and stuff that happened worldwide, China would, I don't know. Like I said, the word reparations, and I agree with you, is just getting thrown around so much on everything that anytime somebody has to pay some money out, now we're taking the word reparations and we're tying it into it. Stuff that has nothing to do with reparations, people are tying it into it. So I just find it interesting. Like you say, I was going to probably touch up on the actual thing about what went on in Cali, because I've heard some things about it, but I hadn't really I hadn't been up on Twitter that much this weekend, but I have seen some things about the actual situation that was going out there. So that is definitely something that we definitely talk about in this space quite often. I don't talk about it every night, but we talk about reparations, and we're focused on the reparations in this country as well too. But I also found that, and I also like to cover world news from time to time as well too. So yeah, I definitely had to throw China up in there with the responsibility of COVID, and being somebody that got hit directly, that was impacted directly by it. I definitely had to speak on it tonight as well too, because like I said, I've had COVID. A lot of people in my family's had COVID, have lost family members. It played a significant part, and like I said, my mother dying and stuff like that. So I definitely had to go ahead and speak on it. But like I said, in terms of the actual, and we know how nations and countries make these back office agreement deals and stuff like that. And like I said, we pretty much all knew. We already knew, and that was one reason why we got silenced. And that was also one reason that played a part, also, I believe, in the way that a lot of Asians in this country was treated, whether they was Chinese or not. The fact that they were Asian, the fact that we had the Asian hate bill passed, the fact that we had all of these Asian businesses that was getting money for COVID, for loss of business during the COVID and this and that or whatever. A lot of that stuff played right in the part with this right here. So I just wanted to go ahead and add that in there as well too. But definitely gonna have to discuss what you said, what went on in Cali this week. That was pretty wild, just from some of the stuff I saw as well too. So who was that? America History. Go ahead and unmute your mic. That's who? I'm sorry, what?
I said, yes, sir. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. How about you?
I'm doing pretty good myself. Yeah, I was reading the title and everything. I see Dana had a thing, a room or something. Man, I guess that one too. So I was coming and trying to see what everybody's talking about and stuff like that. And okay, I guess this Umar Johnson school and everything. Never heard of it. Stuff like that. My 2 cents in a lot of research genealogy research that I do and have done for years and stuff like that. 61 now. Finding my family. And I post some Neutron and stuff like that. I have a lot of questions. Stuff like that. Especially on like reparations and stuff like that. My family, are Aborigines, right? Indians, quote unquote, whatever you want to call it. And we try to get our land, water resources, stuff like that. That really you could say is reparation, but it's not. And so in being an American history researcher, I've done so much research. And some people might not, that's fine. But y'all are people like us and all and stuff like that. And I'm the type of person somebody told me something and I didn't believe it. I do my own research and stuff like that. Just go around, check the resources, the office, the road, wherever, stuff like that. But I've been up in the American history books, man. Some letters, journals, the Europeans wrote when they first got here.
Hey, real quick, brother. Real quick, just in terms of the actual topics we got going on tonight, is there anything that you want to touch up on in terms of the Umar Johnson school or the interracial marriage or the China COVID reparations?
Well, I was basically talking about reparations and stuff like that. But as far as Umar Johnson, I don't really follow that news and stuff like that. I don't. I really don't subscribe. I don't know too much about him and stuff like that. Like I said, I try to do interracial marriage. That's fine with me. Interracial marriage is fine. China.
Yeah, because I see. Hold on real quick. Volvo. Because like I say, I see you putting a lot of stuff in the comment section talking about COVID is a lie and this and that or whatever.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, buddy. Like I say, I've known a lot of people that died from COVID. So I mean, I guess they were just dying.
Well, I understand that. I respect that, but from the beginning, I've done my research on the whole thing. How long COVID has been out here since the 90s. Would they use it? What I do, I ask a lot of people. I said, have you ever heard of Operation Warp Speed?
Operation what?
Most people.
Operation what?
See, that's what I'm saying. I ask people, have they ever heard of Operation Warp Speed? Right? Excuse me.
That was a Trump executive order when COVID first.
Exactly.
But what is your point with that?
Okay, I'm asking him a question. Okay.
Well, why you asking the question?
Most people. I'm not here to argue with them.
Yeah, bro. I'm trying to exactly see where we going with this at.
Well, you just asked me a question about interracial marriage. You asked me a question about Umar Johnson. Then you
Can
asked me a question about
I
China
say
COVID.
something real fast?
Hold on, I'm gonna get to you, Volvo. Hold on.
Like 1 second. Like just 1 second, brother. If you don't know what the room, if you don't know what's the topic of the room, why would you click on the title and then hop?
My bad. Go ahead, Volvo. Go ahead.
Why would you hop on stage and start talking, brother? You just said I don't know about Umar Johnson. Why hop on stage and start talking? Wow.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Okay, I read the title. Okay, I was relabbing on the reparation thing and stuff like that. So the brother asked me, okay, well, how y'all feel about Johnson School, interracial marriage, China COVID reparations, right? I told him I don't subscribe to Umar Johnson, right? If you were listening, right, the school, whatever, fine. Interracial marriage, I said, that's fine.
You said you don't know nothing about
China COVID reparations, that's something I never heard of. And so all I was trying to elaborate on that, I guess to cut a long story short.
Thank God.
Yeah, I don't know what this dude.
He's still here. He's still here. He's still here.
Look like he's disconnecting or something. I don't know exactly what he's talking about.
Can I say this, brother, with the COVID, with the China reparation thing?
Go ahead.
Notice this, right? They turning reparations into a dirty word. Now everybody talking about reparations for anything. They just saying it for anything. Can I get reparations because you stepped on my shoe? We got these immigrants trolling us. There's all types of, like they said, it's a lot of Asian shit going on. Y'all can't see that? Y'all can't see that? There's Asians in here right now. In here talking, masquerading as us. We just seen a video of a guy standing out in the middle of the street talking about you for reparations with a cup making fun of us, a tether making fun of us. We just seen that. They turned this shit into a dirty word. They really is turning this shit into a real dirty word to where then we got these goofies going up here playing in front of the whole world. The world is watching this shit. And they up there coming off these Twitter spaces, going into real meetings, saying nothing. The same people that's coming up here saying nothing is the same people that's going in there saying nothing. Unbelievable. It's Asians in here right now. Start reading these people's profile. Start listening to what they saying. Start listening. Their story don't match up. Their story don't match up. All you gotta do is let them talk. Unbelievable. All right, brother. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm gonna drop down.
No problem, man. I don't know what this Negro was talking about right here. He just came in here and I don't even know what he was talking about, to be honest. Truthfully, I don't. Black Native, go ahead and unmute your mic. Hold on real quick, Black Native. DJ, you up in the space? I see you. So you finally joined us. What's going on, man? You up in here?
Yes, sir. Peace to the Newstoter family. I'm finally in the building. It's your boy Sagwan. Long ass show last night on the Black State of America. We was up to that bitch till 10 in the morning playing music. 10 in the morning. You know what I mean? But what's good, family? Go ahead with the conversation, man.
Go ahead, Black Native. Go ahead. And DJ, hold it down for me for 1 second.
Go ahead.
I didn't know what that man was saying either. He was trying to come back, but see, the Lord blessed all of us in this space, so we didn't have to keep trying to figure out what this mumbo jumbo that was coming out of this man's mouth. Who spoke about they're making mockery of reparations and they're just using the name? They're trying to water it down. That's what it sounds like to me. And I wish we would speak about what I saw on some of these videos of these people going to the task force. One man came up there. He said he traveled. He didn't say where he came from, and he came to California, and he said, look, even if we don't receive the money, and he said it twice, just give us back our name, Friedman. No, you don't speak for me. And I don't think he speaks for a lot of different people. The whole point of reparations is repair. And that includes money, that includes land, that includes whatever else we put into the reparation package. So when he said that, I was like, who was this guy? Like, what made him say that? And it was just a lot of shenanigans going on in that at the task force. And I don't live in California, but I was offended that he said He don't care about the money. He just wants his name back. I don't know if anybody else feels that way.
I saw that clip, and that's what I'm saying. I didn't want to divert just space because I don't know if Newstoter want to do a complete different space on it, but who told him he had legal claim to that name? And this is what I'm saying about the freedmen. The freedmen borough had white and black. That was for every American. It's just that it was a lot of free black people that registered along with regular white people. So if you specifically saying reparations should only be for people who are registered under the freedmen, well, that's going to include white people. And honestly,
that's going to knock down a lot of people who don't even freemen. Like a lot of people are not using that title or name.
This is the thing, though, right? Y'all engaging in it too right now. Y'all doing it right now.
We're discussing
what
took place.
You tired of all these terms, and then you get.
No, I did not say that. You're not even listening to what I even just said to you.
No, you said all
I did not.
Okay, y'all. One person at a time. Let Black Native finish saying what she's going to say. Didn't mean to hit the mute button, but sometimes the phone be drinking. I'm on a plan to work for myself. So go ahead, Black Native, finish what you're saying.
Thank you. I literally was just speaking about a video that is circulating on Twitter. It was a man that said he flew to the reparations task force out there in California, and he said that even if we don't receive the money, he just wants his name. He just wants the name, Freedman. And I'm looking at the video, and I'm like, you don't speak for me, and you don't speak for millions of black people who might not even call themselves freedmen. This is what I'm saying. So I don't know what you're talking about. Who said that, Vovo?
I got y'all voices mixed up. Okay. I'll go
ahead and land though. Let me land.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. Like, we're not.
Just let her land real quick. Just let her land. Go ahead.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, so, and that's what I'm saying. Me and her was just casually talking about it because, like I said, Volvo, that I don't know exactly what was all the confusion at that town hall, but they had the line out the door and people were upset. And I'm looking, and I know for sure that task force in California, everybody was looking at that task force for the past 2 years, and didn't have a problem with it. Now, you have these people coming up to the mic. And I also said that I have to go back and watch it so I can get a clear understanding. But me and her was just casually having a conversation, so Newstoter come back. So we could talk and say whatever the hell we want to say, but it was a casual conversation.
I wasn't trying to we ain't got to start using bad language or nothing like that. What I'm saying is this: y'all engaging in the same thing that y'all complained about.
What did we complain about? We didn't complain about anything.
Because earlier you said you tired of all these terms and all that, right?
No, I did not. And that's what I'm saying. Stop.
No,
assuming I said something.
No, you did say that.
I'm back, everybody. It sounds like we got a little bit of.
No, and that's what I'm saying. Like, why are you focused on when I was making a statement? You're taking it out of context. You're taking it out of context.
Okay, all right. So my bad.
Okay, real quick. I just came back and I kind of hear like everything going. So DJ, whose turn is to speak real quick so we can let them go ahead and finish their point. And you there, DJ? I don't think DJ might be in the Matrix.
Yeah, word, but it was my turn speaking and I wasn't finished, and then it was Volvo.
Okay, well let's let real quick. Let's let Dana go ahead and finish, and then Volvo, you go after her. Just because I'm not sure the order, but let Dana go, then Volvo, you go after her.
Yeah, I'm just saying it was.
My bad, Dana. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying this has nothing to do with your topic or space, and I was just casually conversating with Ms. Black until you came back. But the thing is that I don't know if you want to touch on the California Reparations town hall that happened. Let me say my words clear, because I need to go back and listen to the town hall to see what was all the fuss about. But the conversation on Freeman with the one particular man that Ms. Black brought up, I was agreeing with her on that. and then it kind of went into, exactly who belongs to the freedmen. That would be white, black, but that has nothing to do with your topic. That was an off topic we was discussing until you got back. But don't take what I said out of context if you cannot restate what I said in full context.
Yeah,
All right, Volvo, you got it.
Say what they got to say versus everybody just coming off the mic. Even though you might want to do a little ad lib, say something in the midst of it. You know what I mean? This is what conversations get confused. You feel what I'm saying? So now, y'all just let everybody say what they got to say. If you want to verse or rebuttal them, just write down their talking points and go against them when it's your turn to come on the mic. But go ahead, Tyler. Yeah, bro.
Yeah, let Volvo go.
Go ahead, Volvo.
Yeah, I ain't gonna address nobody. I ain't gonna address nobody. This is what I was saying, right? If you engaging in why this term ain't good and why that term ain't good, you playing the same game as the goofies that's going up there talking about just give me the name Freedman. We need whatever he said. You know what I mean? It don't. This my thing, right? You can read my bio. That I don't care what you call yourself. If you call yourself whatever, I understand they fighting over terms and all that, but we need to be getting to the root of this. If you can't trace your lineage back to the 1870 census, you're not entitled to reparations anyway. Whatever you call yourself. And what I was saying is there's a lot of Asian shit going on. There's a lot of motherfuckers that ain't us already know they ain't us. So they want to fight over words and names and all that shit. Because that's the game they playing. They on some op shit. Like I was saying, there's ops here right now. The guy with his hand up looked kind of oppy to me. If I'm being honest, what's his name? The competition, the company. You look oppy to me. You look like an East African masquerading as a black man. If you look at his picture, what man about reparations don't call himself federal agent of Freedmen National Government? Come on, bro. There's a lot of ops around this shit. Like they doing everything they can to muddy up the word reparations and turn it into a bad word like woke. That's what I'm saying. COVID reparations. They writing bullshit articles and putting reparations into everything. I land, brother.
Okay. The company, go ahead, and then we're going to go to Dana.
Oh my goodness. So, the reparations task force meeting, the way I look at it, everything went well. It was a victory for Black Americans in California specifically. Whatever, we need to try not to have a habit of using things that we use on social media out in public where it's being recorded nationally across the nation. These people across the nation watching the task force meeting don't know who Marcel Dixon is. They don't know who Lord Abba is. They don't know these Twitter names that everybody is using, because a lot of people, the older generation don't even use Twitter. Like, we might have private discussions amongst ourselves, using this app and stuff like that. But, the bullshit that happens on Twitter and stuff like that, don't bring it on national television where the whole world is watching, at a reparations task force meeting. That was a whole bunch of bullshit.
Can I say something? They do know who Marcel is. Yes, they do. They listen.
Only very little few people in South Carolina.
All of them, they listening to the.
Hey, one speaker, y'all know one speaker at a time, y'all. Let's go ahead and get back. Let's go back, get into letting somebody speak, and then go ahead and wait your turn, because then you kind of cutting each other off. So let the company go ahead and get it in, Volvo. Go ahead, company.
I'm just saying, professionally, this is not how we should be handling reparations. Some people probably shouldn't be. I mean, in my opinion, some people should be arrested for things that they have. I mean, internet threats. I mean, can you go to jail for that? I mean, that's kind of up in the air, but we've just seen too much disruptiveness, and that needs to stop. We need to nip that in the bud. Definitely, we can't have this at the last two task force meetings going on talking about stuff on Twitter. That's no, we can't have that.
Where you from, bro?
All right.
I was born and raised in Sacramento, California.
Where your family from?
Where's your family from?
I knew it.
Everybody in this room knows who I am, and they know my ancestry, except for you. Where's your family from?
Well, if everybody else know it, why I can't know it? Why you ain't tell me? If everybody know it, why you ain't tell me? Everybody else know it.
Goodness, see, this is the type of shit we need to get out of our circles and stuff like that. I don't even know why we're even entertaining.
Newstoter, where you from, Newstoter?
I'm from Florida.
Where you from, DJ?
Jersey,
Where y'all family from?
Virginia, Georgia, and the Carolinas.
My family from the Carolinas, Alabama. Alabama.
You see how easy these questions is? I told that guy you were up. You were up.
I mean,
everybody else in the room know.
You've been a troll every space that I've been in.
You look suspect. Bro. That's all. I'm calling out suspect shit. You should have told me I ain't suspect. I'm from here.
Suspect too.
I'm sorry, but
All right. Yeah. Let's get back to the conversation, y'all. Let me get back to Dana. Dana, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Please don't ask me where I'm from, because I'm gonna tell somebody none of your goddamn business, and that's just me having my jaded Jersey attitude. So because you can say you're from Georgia, Carolinas, that don't mean nothing, But I mean, I think we need to stop focus on who's an op and who's not, because since the conception of this nation and going back centuries throughout this world, there's always been ops in any type of movement. That's just what it is. That should let you know that your movement has validity to it, that it has substance. So there are always going to be ops. I'm not going to waste my time trying to figure out if somebody's a damn op or not. We don't know. This is Twitter. I think we need to remind ourselves this is just Twitter for us to come together, have a discussion, maybe follow somebody, and there's certain people that you can extensively reach out to and work with behind the scenes, like Marcel, or whoever. But this is Twitter. It's where you have these discussions, an outlet to have a discussion, and there's nothing wrong with that. You don't win elections being on Twitter, but you can win, do fundraisers. So it's a helpful tool. But at Newstoter, I just wanted to bring up, because you were not talking about the California thing, and I think if you're going to do that, that's probably going to be like what is he doing?
Whose phone is that? Whose phone is doing
that?
it?
I'm on a plantation.
I'm like, what?
I ain't Jersey, baby. Where you from in Jersey? I'm from Bricks.
Go ahead, Dana.
He forgot to be, but so I'm like, if you have this discussion, maybe you want to have it tomorrow, Tuesday, or maybe sometime this week, because, and that's probably the only thing Newstoter you won't have to discuss when you have that space, because it's a lot of stuff that was said. I really do agree with Friday Jones and her statement, but the whole town hall is up on YouTube, but it's 8 hours. But I do have to agree with the company to where, why is that put out on social media? Is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? We don't see the Jewish community's town hall. We don't see suburbia town halls. Very little. It'd be like little clips, but you don't see the whole complete thing. But anytime it has to do with the Reparations Task Force, specifically out of California, they always show those town hall meetings or behind closed doors Zooms conversation, right? So I do agree with him on that, to where certain things needs to be strictly local. for that community, for the residents of California, we're following the outcome. We could go to the website, we could read, the updates or whatever that was passed in the task force legislation. But to actually see and know what's being said and done in real time, that is a problem, because no other group of people allow for their business to be put out on social media like that. It's on YouTube, it's trending all over on Twitter. Reparations is now trending. So, and that is something that we need to address. And if you want to talk about ops, that's an op. Anyone who allows that to be made public. So I'll land.
Dana, let me ask you, would you, but I know you'd be busy, like, because I know you do your, what time do you, on Monday, do you normally do your YouTube channels and stuff?
I'm really trying to hire an editor so I could free up my time, but it just depends. So I usually don't do a live show on Monday, but I decided to do one live show every Monday, or one Monday out of the month. But it's just Joe Brown podcast, and that's just for 1 hour. And I don't know if we're still going to do the Twitter space tomorrow, but I definitely do a live. I did a live show today, and I do a live show on Thursday. And then the rest of the days I'll upload, and I may go live Tuesday, like at 6, but I'm by myself. So I usually go live like 3 days out the week, and then I'm just doing uploads for, the rest of the days and stuff. So it just varies. But like I said,
because I was trying to see if you were free tomorrow, if you maybe want to do a co-host, we can talk about this issue tomorrow. And if you want to do it and stream it to your actual YouTube channel. So if it's something that interests you, just go ahead and DM me and we can set something up or whatever. But
yeah, if not tomorrow, probably Tuesday or even Wednesday.
Okay.
Wednesday is usually like a slow day. I probably won't air it live because I never air the Twitter space live. I'll just upload it, but not even that. It's just that I think Wednesday, because honestly, I want to go back and listen to that town hall, because I'm getting bits and pieces of clips that people are posting on Twitter, and I'm like, okay, so what is the fuss all of a sudden with this task force? Like, why are people upset? And now you're hearing the word Freeman being thrown around. So I want to do some more research on that.
Okay.
Well, I mean, what's it called? Us Freeman.
Hold on, real quick, company. Real quick. But yeah, Dana, we could go ahead and we could try to like I say, if you're not busy Tuesday or Wednesday, whatever, we can go ahead if you don't mind coming in. We can co-host it, because like I say, I have to go back myself. I wasn't on Twitter that much this week. Even though I tweet a lot of content out and stuff like that, I wasn't actually on the actual app a whole lot. I just was tweeting stuff out from the actual site. So we can go back and check it out, because I want to check it out myself too. I saw a lot of people leaving comments and talking about what was going on. They was asking who was this one particular guy. People I saw the cat that was mentioning Marcel and this and that. And this is the stuff that people don't take black people serious here, man. When you start with this magpie mumbo jumbo, and we got the dude that was up in here, American. He's sitting up here talking about how he just schooled everybody up in the actual Twitter space, and we couldn't handle the smoke and this or that or whatever. This is the kind of mindset that too many black people got. Like, this dude is seriously delusional right here. In his mind,
he is a troll, because he DM'd me once to debate Judge O'Brown.
Oh, okay. So, because I was just wondering, I'm like, this nigga can't be serious here.
He trolls me too. He trolls everybody.
Okay. So let me just block this dude. So because I don't have time for kindergarten stuff right here. So let me just block this dude. Volvo, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Yeah, I just want to say, you don't really want to close a town hall. Town hall meetings are televised all the time. Like C-SPAN, that's all they do on C-SPAN. It's basically just a bunch of town hall meetings. You know what I mean? Like so town hall meetings are they've always been, it's open to the public to discuss the issue. My thing is this: if you're not entitled to those reparations, I heard somebody say a guy flew in. if you're not entitled to that, if you're not gonna get the reparations, you shouldn't be speaking on it. That make you an agent. Now you can make a suggestion, but you shouldn't be hopping on the mic trying to talk about no reparations, and you ain't even entitled to it. That's what make you an agent. These motherfuckers is coming in to trying to muddy up some shit that they ain't even gonna be a part of. So why is you even speaking on it? Why is you hopping on the mic? You know what I mean? If you if you is gonna hop on the mic, I would prefer you to hop on the other side and tell the truth. And say you really oppose reparations for whatever reason. Don't come and sneak up under me and act like you for reparations, because that's the right thing to say, but secretly you trying to undermine it. So that's what I'm saying. And like I said about that one guy, see how easy it was for y'all to tell me your lineage? It ain't ain't that what we doing here? Ain't that what reparations is about? That's some op shit. If you can't,
you're late to the party. We don't have time to, update slowpoke people.
Oh, I'm new. Why not? Why not? Ain't that what we trying to do? We trying to get our people on code.
Well, ask everyone else in the room what I'm about, like everyone else, and you'll probably get a roundabout answer.
All right. Well, okay. That's okay. I mean, it ain't no big deal. I'm just saying, you got a wild look to you. You don't look like that. That's all I'm saying.
But why? I'm black, but if I just say I'm black, why do I gotta tell you my lineage? Because then you'll question me.
You might not be, because there's different types of black people. That's why.
What type?
This guy is a troll. He's always been
Am I a troll? Am I really? Now you can ask people in this room about me. They seen my videos. Am I really a troll? You can see my video. You see how easy that is? We can just be open with it.
Troll and black spaces, and you.
Well, you can see my work. You can see my work. You can see my work.
Johnson, and
Okay, I'm gonna get it back. I'm gonna get it a little bit back under order. Now, the Freedman, he's got an interesting point. I just saw him. He brought up a comment because I had walked off for a second. So the Freedman just laid a comment, Dana. So I want you in this comment real quick. I'm gonna read it. He says, Dana is late to the discussion. The Freedman is in California legislation. So I don't know exactly what you guys was talking about when I walked away and I came back in. So I kind of want to hear this.
Well, I think he needs to have my name, and I don't mean to interrupt you, but he can say what he got to say. But he's someone I have blocked because I think he needs to have my name all the way out his MFN mouth. Number one. Number two, I'm not sitting up here acting like I know exactly what's going on in California. I just know that it's a task force, and they've been making a lot of progress. And there's a lot of people at a town hall that have a lot of problems. And I did say I need to go and do my MFN research, and I don't want to cuss on your platform. So you got your hand up, but you need to watch what the fuck you say and keep my name out your mouth.
Dana, Dana, I've never seen you get riled up in the space before. So
you never heard that because I'm on YouTube.
Yeah.
And I don't want to disrespect your platform, but I will come out myself, honey, and you gonna be like, let me shut this down if he don't come correct. So keep my name all the way out your mouth, because this is a troll right here.
Okay, so we're gonna keep it, everybody, let's keep it respectful. Dana, I know Dana's pretty much always cool and calm and collected, so that's the first time I really heard her get off. But Freedman, go ahead. Freedman, he comes up in the spaces and he's normally, you know what I'm saying, he's respectful. So let's just go ahead and see what goes on. Freedman, go ahead and unmute your mic. Freedman, you're a little bit low. Can you crank it up a little bit louder? Because you're really low. That's the loudest you can go. Okay, you low tonight. You low, but go ahead. Yeah, we can hear you. You low, but go ahead anyways.
Okay, no doubt. So, I'm gonna say what I wanted to say. You have no control over what I say and what I cannot say. Just like I have no control over you saying what you can't say or can say. You made a statement. You sounded like you wasn't informed. That's why I said you were late to the discussion, which you admitted. So I didn't say anything wrong. And you said that you needed to do more research which is evident. So I did not say anything wrong.
I didn't ask for you to school me on it. So I said keep my name out your mouth. So keep my name out your mouth.
Real quick, Dana, I'm gonna let you. Real quick, Dana, I'm gonna let you respond to what he says. So just go ahead and stay on your mic, and once he's done, you can get a chance to respond. Okay? Go ahead, Freeman.
Thank you. There you have it, a perfect example of being emotional in a discussion when we're talking about reparations. So, as far as the legislation or Freeman being in the legislation, California bill, we have SB 189, which specifically talks about the American and how that information and data is supposed to be disaggregated. So you ask the question, why I can't just say I'm black? Because black has been the problem as far as getting legislation and resources and money and protection. Someone mentioned there's all different kinds of black. I think that was Bobo. So you have Caribbean blacks or African blacks. It's a complete different type of blackness when it comes to reparations and the discussion of descendants of persons enslaved in the United States from 1776 to 1865. That black or American freedmen is specific to those type of blacks. So no, you cannot be in the conversation just because you're black. We need to be very specific, and because we have a very specific history and culture and experience in this country. So that is why we have to, I'll say, move in that type of energy when we have the reparations conversation. Disaggregation, SB 189 is very important because, like I said, it gives information and data on what needs to be done for those specific group of black people, which are the American freedmen in the state of California. And AB 3121 also applies to pro-American freedmen law, and it also applies to the American freedmen in California, which is what they are talking about when it comes to state acts of atonement in California. So salute to Camilla Moore. There's a lot of nonsense. People are going up to these reparations hearings talking about Marcel and Naheem and making things very personal, which is what Dana did, showing emotions. And
I just told this bitch to keep my name out his mouth.
We got you, Dana. We got you. You coming up after he gets those speaking. So just go ahead and let him finish, and then we got you coming up next as a rebuttal. Go ahead, Freeman.
Emotionalism, as usual. Now, she is not a representation of the good women in this group, but nonetheless, there was people in the hearing. It was one guy. He said he called Camilla Moore out. Understand this: Camilla Moore is actually a freedman and a great reparationist in this movement, and she voted for the lineage standard. And he called her out and called her a tether and said that he comes from feathers. That's Twitter shit, Twitter nigga shit, Twitter nigga nonsense and bullshit that does not need to be on full display when we're trying to get, when we're talking about advocacy and reparations or state acts of atonement in this context of California, or when it comes to our tribe, the American freedmen. Yeah, I don't.
Nigga, you can land your plane right now.
I don't care. Shut your mouth. I don't care about Jewish people.
Okay, y'all. Let's go ahead and just try not to actually just go ahead, Freeman, and y'all go ahead and get it in, and then I'm gonna let her go ahead and respond. You got it, Freeman. I'm gonna go ahead and let you get ready to bring it down.
Right. Jewish people don't have to deal with that because they control the media. Asians and other groups of people don't have to deal with this type of stuff because they collaborate with Europeans who collaborate and pile up upon us. So by way of social media, could we be better as far as controlling the information? Absolutely. But social media is a big reason why this conversation and this whole entire reparations movement on the national level is where it's at because of people like Newstoter, who is a part of the social media, white people institution, and other groups of people who are part of the, I'll say, black grassroots media, which you claim that you are not a part of. So that being said, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
All right, now Dana.
First of all,
go ahead, Dana.
You want to talk about somebody being emotional? See, niggas say that word emotional, especially when they're directing it to a female, when they don't got shit else to say, right? So the fact is that I blocked you because you are a fucking troll. And I gotta curse. I'm sorry, Newstoter. I gotta curse. You are a fucking troll because you under my tweets wanting to say something slick about the judge and you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So that's why I'm directing it towards you personally and telling you keep my name out your mouth, because that's the only reason why you came up here wanting to speak, thinking that you educating me on something. I said I'm doing my own research about that specific town hall, meaning I'm going to go and watch it. I don't need you to try and tell me about anything with that town hall or what's going on in California. See, I didn't ask your opinion personally, but you taking it personal by saying Dana, blah, blah, blah. Instead of coming up here and letting everybody know exactly what is going on with that task force and why people are upset, if you have that firsthand knowledge. But you a troll, nigga. And you can say I'm emotional all you want, but you can't school me on shit. When I did tell to Volvo, I don't got to tell nobody what kind of black I am. I wasn't saying it like, well, I don't know my lineage. See, I don't need you to explain to me the different layers of black. I'm just saying, when someone want to come and say, well, where are you from? Where are your people from? See, that's a defensive type of mechanism. I'm not playing that damn game. You don't got to worry about where my people is from. If I don't want to fucking tell you, you think I'm an op, you think I'm an op. So what? This is Twitter space. But I said to you directly, Freeman, keep my name out your fucking mouth. And that's why I blocked you. I don't know you. I don't see your face. I don't know what the fuck you look like. I don't know if you even black, sir, because you sound like you're Hispanic. Are you Afro-Hispanic? See, I don't do all this emoji shit, nigga. So that's why I said keep my name out your motherfucking mouth. You don't know me.
Dana.
Hey, Freeman, let her go ahead and finish up too. After we let Dana go ahead and finish up, we're gonna kick it to Black Native because I'm not gonna have y'all go back and forth because it's gonna be just a back and forth. So let's go ahead and let Dana go ahead and finish up, and then we're gonna go ahead and kick it back around the room because I know y'all gonna be going back and forth.
I know, and that's what I'm saying. It's a back and forth because it's personal. He ain't coming up here schooling nobody on shit. He's a fucking op, nigga. Where's your family from? Who are you? What you look like? Show your face. Nobody don't know you. American Freedom.
Hey, Freeman, go ahead and let her finish up so we can go ahead. Like I said, because we're gonna move it back around the room. So just let her go ahead and finish up. And
I'm about to land, but what I'm saying is, when I say keep my name out your mouth, don't make it personal with me, because I'm gonna make it personal back. You keep saying you a fucking Freeman, but there were white people registered as Freeman in the Freeman Bureau. So, okay, nigga, that's how I know you are out. That's how I know you a troll, and that's how I know you're fucking stupid. You're dumb.
Okay, all right. We're gonna go ahead and move it on to the next speaker. Let's go ahead and Black Native was actually next, and I saw her. She actually lost connection, so she's back up here. Let's go ahead because I don't want y'all.
Middle finger emoji.
Yeah, for you, for niggas and liars like you.
Okay, let's go ahead and kick it to Black Native, y'all. So let's let Black Native go ahead and get it in. Black Native, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Hey, Freeman, what's up, brother? I want to ask you, what do you think about that dude that said he flew to California and he doesn't care if we never receive money from the government as long as he's able to, as long as they give him back his name, his Freeman name? That kind of pissed me off because you don't speak for me. And you don't speak for millions of other black people who might not identify as Freeman. But he said that. And I'm just like, why would you even say that you don't care about the money? So that's what makes it look like all of these different people coming up there talking about shit that's going on Twitter. These people don't know these people. And then when he said that, I'm like, nah, homeboy, no. You don't speak for me. You don't say you don't care about the money. That's the whole reason why we up there having these conversations. It's about money. It's about what's due to us. You understand that. So I just want to know, what do you think about this dude who represented Freedmen and had the nerve to go up there and say that dumb shit?
I'm not familiar. Are you referring, just so we have a shared understanding? Can you hear me, Black Native? What's up, Black Native?
What's up, brother? I can hear you. I don't know who the brother was. I just saw a clip. I'm going to go watch the whole thing.
So about Lloyd? Was he?
He was kind of like
people who was saying some bullshit up on that.
Right. But see, I caught that clip, and I caught another dude talking about Marcel and Lord Apple and all this, and I'm like, they don't know who these people are. You talking about like you know? I'm talking about the dude that said he don't care if they don't give us the money. It's not about the money. As long as they give him back his identity, his freedman name, fuck the money. And I'm like, no. You're not doing that. And then people was clapping. So he said he flew there. So I don't know he didn't say where he came from, but he said he was a freedman.
Yeah.
So that's all I'm saying. What do you think about that?
No problem. I think we talk about the same person. I think that might be Lloyd. He's from Louisiana. If he said that, then I definitely disagree. It's most definitely about the money, and more importantly, it's about the stolen wealth and the stolen labor that our ancestors and ourselves have been dealing with. It's a whole generational trauma, a whole generational debt, and things like that. So he's saying he just wanted his freedman name. That's incorrect. I don't know his exact words, but yeah, we most definitely want the money. We live in a white supremacist capitalistic society, so the capital and the money is very important. And I have to stress this: the wealth, the wealth, the wealth. Our wealth was stolen. Our labor created the wealth of this country, the foundational wealth of this country. When the queen of the economy was the cultivation of the rice and the cotton was king, all of that was due to us. There was only one group of people who are not immigrants in this country, and us. These are the black people, us, and we are their descendants, the American freedmen. There were no white freedmen, and there were no white people who were enslaved in this country. There was nothing for them to be freed from. There's nothing for a white person to be freed from. So again, that experience and that history is exclusive to us, which is why there's congressional legislation for it, legislative precedents, historical precedents, and things of that nature. So, yeah, I completely disagree with him about that. And if that other guy, yeah, I think we're on the same page. The other guy, he was shitting on Camilla Moore, which I really didn't like because she's on the ground. She's one of the 5 people who voted for the eligibility lineage standard. That would be Camilla Moore, Dr. Amos Brown, Senator Stephen Bradford, Montgomery Stepp, and a Jamaican who is also classified as black, but he's a Jamaican, Dr. Jovan Scott Lewis. The other 4 who did not vote for the lineage standard would be Lisa Holder, Cheryl Grills, Reginald Sawyer, and Don Samaki. So as far as I'm concerned, those are all options. When I was watching that hearing and meeting yesterday, Don Samaki and a lot of other people, mainly Don Tamaki, Lisa Holder, and Cheryl Grills, they was on some bullshit and trying to get benefits for all black people, which is why the whole black term or the black identifier is problematic because it's not specific, and it can be included for people like Candace Owens, who does not share our lineage, and whoever else who is not of our lineage. This is why it was very important that they did vote for the lineage standard. So whenever we talk about this AB 31 and reparations task force, it automatically includes us, the American freedmen, and it excludes everyone who does not have that lineage, that experience from chattel slavery in the state of California, or even in this country on a national level. So,
yeah, I just want to ask a question: how do we reel these people in? Because it's a lot of excuse my French, fuck shit going on at these reparations meetings. And I'm not in California, so I'm saying, I'm just observing. And it seems like it's a lot of nonsense going on in the task force, and a lot of opportunistic people showing up out of nowhere saying they represent somebody. So I want to know, how can we reel this in and stop this bullshit? Because they're gonna look, if they fuck up my money. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Because look, this is serious. This is like the closest that we've ever been, literally. And they understand we're not letting it go. We might have let it go, but we're not letting it go now. And they have no choice but to hear us. But we got to reel this shit in because you got people up there just saying anything that doesn't even have anything to do with the reparations within itself. I'll go ahead and land.
Yeah, no doubt. I think what we do is we continue to do what we've been doing. As far as Newstoter and other social media or the independent media outlets, we are controlling the narrative. This is why we are what we are. There's also people who are on the ground, EJEC, um, ARC, NAASD, all of these advocacy organizations that are specific and exclusive to our American freedom and justice claims. So I think we can turn it up a notch because there are people who are actually showing up to this reparations conversation late as the people in that they just stay off. And when they have these discussions, or at least when it's shown on a public platform or public forum, they do make us look bad, and it does make us look uninformed, especially when they're being destructive. This is all about being positive and being constructive to the reparations movement. And if they're not doing that, then they are most definitely in our way. And yeah, I saw some people though from CJEC like Rodney Jones. I saw Chris Loxon, and just other people on the ground. I believe Company was there as well. I've spoken to Company plenty of times. He is of the lineage, so Bobo. I know you may have issues or whatever. I'm familiar with Bobo as well. My knowledge, Bobo is of the lineage as well. So I think y'all on the same page. It's just y'all first time meeting, and y'all are of the lineage. So it is what it is. Bobo's had some good ideas. Company is very consistent, has great ideas. But yeah, we just got to protect the reparationists on the task force. Again, there are anti-reparationists on the task force. I mentioned both the reparationists and the ones who are being destructive. But the people out in Cali, they outside. They outside. They are coming to the meetings, and they're not just coming to one meeting or looking at two or three meetings and adding themselves into the discussion, pretending to know that they're involved. Like I said, Chris Lawson is there, Friday is there, Chad has been there. A lot of the people who have been in direct communication and who have been doing the advocacy for the actual legislation, they've been getting in contact with the governor and all of the legislators as far as the AB 3121 and the SB 109. They're there on the ground, so we just keep doing that and we protect our interests as best as we can. I think we're on the right track for the most part. There's always going to be bullshit.
All right. Thank you, Freeman. Once again, y'all can support us on Cash App. That's $Newstoter, $Newstoter. Let me go ahead and kick it to Volvo. Then I got you, Dana, coming up after that.
Well, let me say this right. I apologize then. He vouched for you. He said you is of the lineage. I didn't. I just said you got a weird look and a weird name. You know what I mean? I know there's a lot of options around this shit. Like seriously, if you not entitled to this shit, you should not be speaking on this shit. Period. And in my opinion, you shouldn't be acting like you black, like us, and you not even entitled to it. That's op shit. That's all I was saying. You know what I mean? It's a lot of options around this shit. How if you don't know your lineage, like for real, you don't know where you trace back to. You might be getting a rude awakening when it's time to get reparations. You might find out you Jamaican. You might find out, yeah, because y'all ain't did it yet. At this point, let me say this, right? We've been having these conversations for years now. But we can't spot the ops by now. What is we doing, y'all? You can tell we've been having this conversation for years. If right now it's easy to spot the ops, it's easy to spot the people that's our people that's just dumb. You know what I mean? The shit is easy. Motherfuckers, it's easy to spot the motherfuckers that don't know their lineage. It's easy. It's simple questions that we've been asking. And if they can't answer it, then you suspect, like, period. So, like, at this point, like, I feel like I'm disappointed that we can't, we can see these people coming. We can already see what they're about.
Just to, what's it called?
Hey, real quick, company.
Really want to know where my family is from, okay? Before we landed here in California, what's it called? My grandfather and them, they lived in what's it called? Before Sacramento, they was in Los Angeles. Before that, they was in Oklahoma. Before that, they was in Mississippi, Alabama.
Okay,
All
right.
South Carolina, North Carolina, all the way back to the 1700s.
Okay, all right. I apologize, brother. I apologize, then. I'm gonna take your word for it.
Okay, real quick.
Freeman Rose too.
Yes, and I do.
Okay.
Hey, real quick. Don't, hey, company.
Okay.
Real quick. When I say real quick, y'all, let's kind of ease up for a second. Real quick. I got to go ahead and I got to give a shout out real quick. And I didn't even know they was in the space, but from the actual gun club that was set up there to protect the Maoris, they just gave a contribution on Cash App. Shout out to Nick Bezel with the gun club as well. Shout out to you. I thank you so much for your support. I didn't even know Nick was up in the actual Twitter space as well too. But if you remember, they were the ones we held that Twitter space about the Maoris. And we actually helped take some donations and collections for them as well too, to go ahead, and we had people sending money to the actual gun club as well too, to try to help the Maoris get their protection up there in Colorado. So I didn't even know Nick was up in the actual in the Twitter space tonight. But thank you, Nick. Definitely appreciate that contribution, and thank you for so much for what you've been doing with the Maoris as well too. So just give a shout out to that brother and the gun club they got, and the protection and everything that they've been extending to the Maori family as well too, during their trying times up there in Colorado. So I just want to go ahead and add that. I had to add that. Like I said, I didn't even know Nick was up in the space tonight as well too. But shout out to you, Nick. Definitely appreciate that, and thank you so much, y'all. And y'all see that Twitter space we had? It was a Twitter space before. I can't remember a couple nights before we did it with the actual interview with the Maoris, and then we end up doing it. And then, man, they started gaining national attention, man. We finally started getting and that's what I said. Say what you want to about these Twitter spaces. Say what you want to about social media and stuff like that. A couple weeks after we had that Twitter space, and I don't want to say that Newstoter was the first, because it was a Twitter space before. They went like 7-8 hours with the Maoris up in it. I cannot remember who it was, but they had a Twitter space a couple days before we did with the Maoris up in there. But those two Twitter spaces we had, and that just really started to get them some national attention. And you had Willie D and them talking about it. You had DL Hughley talking about it on his radio station. You had some of the major people in the black media talking about the actual situation that went on in Colorado. So that just goes to show y'all that these little spaces, the little retweets, the comments, the likes, the shares on different social media platforms, they go a long ways to getting things out there. And we got to continue to keep doing that. That's why even though when I read these articles in the Twitter spaces, I tell you to go ahead and still, even though you heard me read it, go ahead and retweet it out. It doesn't hurt to retweet it out. It's free. So please go ahead and retweet it out. I also tell you to go ahead and subscribe to the YouTube channel to help us get a larger reach. But sometimes we're talking about topics that really not too many people out there in the general media is talking about. So go ahead and follow us on Twitter. Follow us on YouTube. Subscribe to the newsletter. And I keep saying subscribe to the newsletter, but damn, I got to do a newsletter. I ain't did a newsletter in a minute, y'all. So I got to go ahead and practice what I preach too, because I got to go ahead and start putting these newsletters back out as well too. But go ahead and subscribe and listen, y'all, and go ahead and support. Even when I say if you have $1 to support the Newstoter, because we're gonna put the content out there one way or another. We're gonna put it out there. If you have $1, don't feel ashamed that somebody has $1. My mom used to give me $1 to put in church. We ain't feel ashamed. If you got $1 to put out there and that's all you got, and you feel like, hey, I want to go ahead and support, put that $1 out and we'll put it to good use. We'll use it for web hosting. We'll use it for email hosting. We'll use it for all many different things that you need to have your own platform up and running. We will put it to use. So if you got $1 that you could contribute on Cash App, think about sending $1, even if it's $1 a month, the Newstoter. We're going to go ahead and we're going to put it to use. Believe that. Let me go ahead and kick it real quick to Dana. Dana, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Hey, I think you're doing a wonderful job. I remember, and this is before I get to my point, when you first started on Twitter Space, doing your Twitter Spaces, because you always had a Newstoter, and just to see you grow is very phenomenal. So I want to give you flowers.
Well, thank you, sister. And you are, let's give credit with credit. Let's give you your flowers too. You are a YouTube star and you're growing. And I see in the next 4 or 5 years, you're going to have well over 100,000 subscribers. You got like what, 54, 55,000 now? You got in the 50.
Hit 100K this year.
Oh, okay.
For 5 years, I want to at least have 1 million, but it's a process. And it's hard work. And you know, when you're doing media and and especially when it's independent media, it's harder and you're not latched to corporate. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people are attached to corporate media entities that help them a lot. So I really commend you for what you're doing. But just real quick, again, and I know we do a space on the thing going on in California, and I would even love for like a Friday Jones, if possible, we can invite her as well and people, out there to come on that Twitter space. But I think that we really need to understand is, when you do have a lot of labels, it's nothing wrong if you call yourself a Freedman, FBA. It doesn't matter. But what is key, and which is why I respect that task force, that their purpose was to make it lineage based. Because I don't know, and I don't think that my lineage was not registered under Freedman, because every single Black person, and because Black is very broad, was not registered in the Freedmen's bureaus. The thousands, hundreds of thousands, but not everyone. See, a lot of Black people were Black natives, but they still are owed reparations. There are some people who are what you would say freedmen in a sense of walking off that plantation, but was never registered. And then there are the ones who were literally registered, putting all their savings in the bank, and the federal government going in there, collapsing it, take their money, and they never got it back. So those people who lost their money in that savings and had to start from zero, not only are they owed reparations, but they're owed that money that the federal government stole plus interest. However, when I did make that comment of Freedmen did include some white people, white Southerners, because they listed refugees, displaced Southerners, including freed African Americans. I put 2 sources in the Jumbotron, one from the Senate and another one from the National African American Museum. There were white people registered under the Freedmen Bureau. There were a majority of the Southern and the North couldn't stand that the Freedmen Bureau was created to help freed Black people. But they included refugees for displaced white Southerners who lost everything because they were Confederate and the Union kicked their ass. So white people are registered under Freedmen. And best believe, if they say, okay, reparations for Freedmen, those white people won't be standing in that goddamn line with you with the proof. And this is why I'm saying it has to be lineage based. Because if you are Black Freedmen, if you are American Maroon, right? Or if you are ADOS, it's lineage based. From prior to 1865, your lineage and what happened to Black America even during Jim Crow. Because it's different layers with reparations, not just one for slavery. You still got to pay reparations for after slavery. So it has to be lineage based. That's the only main key word that has to be in there. Don't take out, don't say, well, you have to put American Freedmen, or you have to put FB, or you have to put Black American. No, lineage based. So that way everyone can make sure that they're getting, what is just due to them and their family. So, but I did put 2 sources in that Jumbotron, and I definitely want to add another 3rd source, and we're going to talk about white people being included in the Freedmen Bureau. I'll land for now.
Can I ask her a question real fast, Lou?
Go ahead, real quick.
Just for context, what does lineage based mean to you? When you say lineage based.
Well, if you had to ask me that question, are you asking me because you don't know? Are you asking me? Are you asking me? Or are you asking? Wait. Are you asking me because you don't know, or you asking me because you're trying to quiz me on something?
Yeah, I'm trying to quiz you on something.
Yeah, please don't, sir. I don't play those games. Don't. If you need to find out who the fuck I am, go to The Real Dana on YouTube.
Please
question
say
me.
that ain't what I asked though.
But don't question me because I know what lineage. We all know what lineage.
No, I'm not. No, I'm. All right, y'all. All right. Matter of fact, start with the lineage questions for tonight. How about that? You know what I'm saying? Just go on and ask the question. We stay with each other and we ain't got to curse at each other. And I understand the church narrative, but just kind of just be respectful and empathetic of each other a little bit. You know what I mean? Go ahead, though.
All right, let's go ahead.
No, I don't wait. Real fast, bro. No, that was just she just muddied up the word. I
didn't put up anything. I'm not going to
answer. Oh my God, brothers, like brothers. Like, listen, that ain't what I asked.
You asked me a question, and I said I'm not going to answer your question.
Well,
Period.
No, hold on, wait. You just going off. You don't even know. I said, what does that mean to you? I didn't say.
And I asked you, sir, are you asking me because you're quizzing me or because
you
don't know?
Quizzing. Well, yeah.
And I'm telling you, and I replied. I said I'm not going to answer that because you keep quizzing me.
What does lineage mean to you?
And I said I'm not answering. I told you I'm not answering. I'm telling you I'm not answering that. What is it you confused with?
Oh man.
Okay, she doesn't want to answer it, so let's go ahead, Volvo. We're gonna go ahead and move it around because we got a few hands, and I want to get to some of the new hands up as well too. I'm gonna get to Volvo and I'm gonna get to Freeman and I'm gonna get to U Company, but we got Original and we got Rella up in here too. So let's go ahead and we're gonna get to our hands that's up, but we're gonna get to some of the new ones as well too. So let me go ahead and get the Original real quick, and I'm gonna get the Rella, then we're gonna get to our other hands that's up as well too.
Greeting everybody, peace, Black Power, and Reparation. What I raised my hand for news, but I just want to. I know one of the last time when Dana was in the space, and I had shared something regarding Ron Daniels. And she was able to share some additional information that I didn't know about Ron Daniels. How they had a meeting or something, and he had stated that his whole goal was to make sure that Donald Trump wasn't reelected. And this is what it means when like they say, retweet stuff. I try to retweet stuff as much as I can because different people are attached to different people who are on Twitter, and so if you share something, it can spark whereby it could go viral or whatever. Because what she shared that night about Ron Daniel, because I had shared about how I questioned him about how did he secure funding for his organization, and Ron Daniels he's in support with he's with in Cobra and NARC and all of that. And I had to force him to say that he gets money from George Soros. But when she shared that he had a gathering, and their main objective was to make sure Donald Trump wasn't elected. It wasn't that to make sure that black people get reparations. So those people who take that money, their priorities are screwed up. And I think we need to look at that. And as far as you saying COVID, China, and reparations. Now I find it odd that with this COVID thing, now when COVID was at its height, and Donald Trump was saying stuff like Kung flu and things of that nature. And they said that was disrespectful and blah, 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 blah. So now that China looked like China may be giving Russia military aid, then all of a sudden, I don't know if this has been mentioned already or not tonight, but all of a sudden, now there's some people in the government are saying that that COVID started in China in that Wuhan lab. So that I just find it to be very interesting. In interracial marriage, and please not interested in. I don't know what the topic was about Umar Johnson, but he's another one of those.
We was talking about real quick, Original. We were just talking about that Umar had made progress from what they said on the actual school that he had. So we were just talking about that in terms of the actual progress, and we're going to try to see if that school's going to be open pretty soon. So they talking about possibly Malcolm X's birthday, which is in March, sometime this month. So we were talking about that as well too. So you go ahead.
Hell, it's about time. He
all of that. It's been 16 to 20 years to get built in school. It doesn't. There are people, I've heard people talk about how they started. There was one lady once I heard say she started. She eventually got a school, a building for her school, but she started her black school on her front porch. I think her porch was screened in or whatever, but she started her school on her front porch. So all this stuff where it's taking him that long to start a school, and let's not forget, he got upset with Vicky Dillard when she asked him about the money in that school, and then he blamed Boyce Watkins that said that it was something like that. That he blamed Boyce Watkins for sending her up there to ask the question. So ever since Umar had come out and he was saying that everybody should get reparations. I already didn't follow him or whatever, but I totally do not have any respect for him because he's one of those broke Pan-Africans that's trying to sabotage that. If all black people don't get it, then nobody gets it. So I could care less about his school. I don't think the school is ever going to open. I mean, to be honest with you, if it does, it'll be a shock to me, and I'm telling you. And I'll land on that.
All right, thank you, Original. We're gonna kick it to Rella, and then we're gonna move it back around. Go ahead. We're gonna go after we go to Rella. We're gonna go to the Freedman. Then we're gonna go to Volvo, and then we'll get to you, company. Go ahead, Rella. How you doing tonight?
Hey, Newstoter, DJ, everybody in the space. So I just wanted to just quickly correct and clear up some things. So the HR 613 included refugees, yes, but it was not a bill that actually was giving resources to just Southern poor whites or people who were fleeing war-torn countries. There's an entire bill with the Library of Congress for the Freedmen's Bureau bill versus the Bureau itself that actually was programs that had initiatives to help with resources for people who were disenfranchised, the abandoned lands, and the freedmen specifically separated also, who were also represented as refugees for those who were free and those who had been enslaved and emancipated. The thing I think that happens a lot of times is that because all the information that's actually being uncovered, the Smithsonian is actually just now getting their curation of the Freedmen's Bureau and asking for people to come help transcribe or to donate information. And Robert Smith is actually behind the scenes trying to gather people to help do that. I applied so that I can actually become a curator. And I think that people are trying to, again, just find out more information, but in the essence of not having the full scope, I think, of things, it's easy to kind of, I think, interpret that what you believe you know because of what you read, but you have never read that white refugees actually took part of who the freedmen were, because white refugees were never enslaved. They were actually just part of a people who were actually here, who were pretty much left destitute, but they also had other bills and other resources that actually allowed them to actually take land. So there's no need to really try to argue anyone down in regards to what happened to poor white refugees, because they actually received resources that the freedmen during Reconstruction did not, or excuse me, the incomplete part of Reconstruction they did not get. And so that's that. I'm I'm trying to remember what all I heard. There's so much stuff that I haven't heard in here. Friday said what she said. I'm glad she said what she said. When you're talking about people and their lineage, and you're talking about what makes a person who they are and their families. That's not the argument. The argument is now trying to get people set up and understand, why reparations today is important, and also doing your genealogy for yourself, or to know who your family is. You can trace, a family member back to an enslaved person here in the United States, or specifically someone who migrated to California that was maybe captured, or even taken from California. That was a thing that happened. Then you are a part of the people who would have been designated freedmen or freedman status. People who were already free, who had their lands taken from them. They were designated refugees because their lands were taken from them, even though they were free people. They couldn't even pass down their lands. If you noticed on the census, people were actually who were farmers were actually redesignated on the census as laborers, and no one ever seems to put two and two together or question that. So that's another point. What is this interracial marriage? Interracial marriage. A lot of that happened. I'm not sure interracial marriage. If you're talking about in today's times, like what?
Yeah, we talking about right now, Sweet Pea.
I'm not a passport chick. I'm not a passport bro. I'm not a, if that's your thing, that's your thing. But the mission is to, if people are not invested into teaching their children and their families, what it means to have, what it means to be an American and understand American history is an all-encompassing history that has been stolen, taken, changed up. People run down the street with the narrative in so many different ways. You having, interracial marriages, and people are, not even, taking the time to teach even their children that they have in these marriages or these relationships who they are. And so I would blame both the parents. If that, like I said, if that's your thing, that's your thing. That's not my thing. China COVID reparations. China giving out COVID reparations. What's up with that one?
They're talking about possibly, because it's not like we didn't already know. And let me give a shout out real quick to Wayne. Wayne, thank you for your contribution on Cash App. But they already was pretty much saying this years ago, but now you're having more people coming out saying that they believe China actually did have, whether it was an accident or not, you had an actual the COVID actually came from one of their laboratories in Wuhan. Yeah. So
I do agree with that. So if we ever, can get our ish together, on a level where we can actually formulate, maybe some thought to go to the government to be like, hey, we heard about that Wuhan stuff. And we know that it came from somewhere. They actually talked about the guy that actually landed in the United States. I remember that discussion we had. And it escapes me. I forgot where he came into, somewhere, one of the northern states he flew into, and actually spread the entire, I think there was a whole entire documentary on how COVID spread off of this one guy coming from China. So, yeah, I would agree that there should definitely be some repercussions and even crimes against humanity. I don't know however it works. However we got to do it, but that should definitely be a thing. So people kill billions of people, billions probably at this point, and now their people are suffering because they tried to do this whole stay inside. The economy wasn't flourishing right, and so as soon as people got outside, and bam, they started dying off in thousands. So, with that being said, all the spraying, chemically treating, and all that other stuff that they did, it was not killing off a virus. And since they let this go on, and if you ask me, this has always been a biochemical war with them, even down to the science of creating animals that are introduced into our ecosystem to destroy our agricultural ecosystem. So I would agree. And hopefully I touched base with all of that. I'm happy with the direction that the chair and the co-chair is taking the California Task Force, regardless of a lot of the battles that are happening. Camila definitely is standing her ground on our behalf, as well as even the people who are actually for lineage-based reparations. And I want to say this, I think I keep hearing people say, if you are of our lineage, then you shouldn't have a place to talk about it. I'm going to say this. Javon Scott Lewis is a professor, and on the committee and on the task force, he's from Jamaica, and very astute, very sharp brother. And he also understands and supports lineage-based reparations for the American descendant. I think we have to get past this information just being information that we behold and bestow. That's the problem with the country now. I think if you understand the information, you understand the mission and the narrative, and you know how to articulate yourself to pass the information on, it is imperative that other people get this knowledge. It is imperative that they also teach this information to someone else. So if you can't find a reason to understand that, look to Javon Scott Lewis, and you look to people who are honest about the historical references and why the American descendant of chattel slavery, who were emancipated and who were a part of the freedmen story.
Can I ask her a question?
Real quick, Vovo, because we got some hands up. So because we got to go ahead and get to some of these hands that's waiting as well too. So let me go ahead and ask her real quick, because then and Rel, if you can make it real quick, because we got a number of hands up as well too.
What information is he relaying? When I say that they shouldn't be speaking on it, it's because this ain't none of their business. This been going on before these people came over here.
What do you before who people came over here? What do you mean?
Before the Jamaican guy you mentioned, what I was saying when they shouldn't be speaking on it, they shouldn't be speaking on it because this ain't none of their business.
Well, okay, that's a personal opinion. But when you have people who are actually involved in legislation and who also know how to read information, and they're on the task force themselves, they're working with the task force themselves. Again, I would want people who are going to be honest about our historical narrative. And he's a professor in LA. And he, to me, is knowledgeable of the information. He has other people that he leans on that are Black American. There were people who were here in the United States, a small number of immigrants who were in the United States that came after some time, but they were here. That's why I don't get into arguments about your personal opinion. I talk about factual information. You cannot argue someone down who has the knowledge of who we are and then say, well, you can't speak on it, and I don't know what he's saying. If you don't know what he's saying, then you're not paying attention to what's happening on the task force and what he has actually been saying while he has been commissioned to be on the task force.
Okay.
It's not a fair argument, is what I'm saying.
Hey, real quick, Vovo, go ahead real quick, because man, we got a bunch of hands up still.
Yeah, I know, my bad, bro, but I wasn't talking about about him. I was saying the ops is the guys that's acting like us and speaking on behalf of this. I don't even know where he came in at. That's what I'm saying.
Well, that's what I was talking about. I didn't know you was talking about the ops. I didn't even know. I didn't even know you had asked a question about any ops or anything. I was just talking about Javon Scott Lewis. So I don't know. I guess that's a miscommunication. And so, people who are the ops, like I think you said earlier, you can spot them. But I don't. I think those are just people who want to cause division and sabotage, and we have to be smart and astute enough to know the difference and act accordingly.
Was that the guy that voted for all black reparations and not lineage based?
Who? What guy?
The Jamaican guy you just mentioned.
No, he voted for lineage-based reparations. The Jamaican female was the one who was against it. That's on the task force.
Okay, we gotta move forward, y'all. We'll come back to this. Let me go ahead and get the Freeman. Freeman, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Peace. Thank you. Great space, family. Great space. Everybody in there, good energy. For the most part, it was some different shit earlier, but for the most part, it's great. Keep doing the good work y'all doing. And I appreciate One Love, someone who is informed and has knowledge about the reparations movement and what's going on, and you just gave a great explanation of the history. I appreciate you because you are a great representation of the divine feminine as well as the black native in this, on this stage. So yeah, as you explained, there were no white people who were formerly enslaved. So by that standard, there were no white people who were white freedmen. Also, when you talk about the freedmen, it can be on the legislation. In fact, the history has shown it has already been in the legislation with the Freedmen Bureau Acts, the Freedmen Bank, and Dana spoke about the Freedmen Bureau, the refugee and abandoned land. You see, there's a complete distinction between the poor whites, who was the refugees, and the freedmen, who were the formerly enslaved. If those things were interchangeable, you wouldn't need to just call it the Freedmen Bureau. You wouldn't need to just call it, or you wouldn't need to call it the Freedmen Refugees and the Freedmen Bureau of Refugees, Freedmen, and Abandoned Land. All those three things are three different things, which is why there were poor white people who got some benefits for the Freedmen Bureau. So again, there's a distinction there, and again, you can use these freedmen in the language. It is a legal status. Also, currently in 2023, we have laws. We have Shirley Weber, who's the Secretary of California, and she has written in the legislation the lineage, which applies exclusively to the American freedmen. You have the actual law, as I pointed out, SB 189, which applies exclusively to the descendants of persons enslaved in the United States, which are the American freedmen. In fact, American freedmen is in the actual legislation that has gotten passed. So, you can use that language. I think if people are going to claim, Dana, to be independent media, you need to spread.
Okay. Real quick, Freeman. You were doing a good job just talking. Let's not interject anybody's name in it, because then that just leads to the back and forth. So just go ahead, Freeman brother, go ahead and make your point that you was making, but let's not put anybody's name in it, because that's just gonna go ahead and escalate matters. Go ahead, Freeman.
Okay, well, people know who I'm talking about. So, if you're going to claim to be the media, you have to give the right and exact information and disseminate the right and exact information to the masses. That is your job. Do your job, spread the right and exact information, not misinformation, not admitting to being misinformed and then giving out misinformation. You admitted you don't know. You admitted you need to do more research. So that means do your due diligence as a reporter, as a blogger, as a journalist, as independent media, and do your job so that the people who do not know and who come to the discussion in good faith and they want to have the information and knowledge about reparations acts of atonement or disaggregation, whatever, that they know and they can move in that spirit, and then they can follow up and do their due diligence. And if they do their due diligence and back up what you're saying, and if your work is exact and true and righteous, they would agree with you because the truth can stand alone. The truth can be verified 10 trillion times, no matter what is being said about it. So, and as far as what One Love was speaking about, I think she brought up Dr. Jovan Scott Lewis. I'm supposed to be speaking to Volvo. She brought him up because there are some people who are not of the lineage, but they are informed. And as we pointed out, he was one of the people who are not of the lineage who did vote for the lineage standard. So again, let me just spread some more right and exact information. Camilla Moore, she is the chairwoman of the task force, California Reparations Task Force. She voted lineage. Dr. Amos Brown, he voted lineage. He's the vice president, or the vice chair, excuse me, of the task force. Montgomery Stepp, she voted lineage. Dr. Jovan Scott Lewis, who is Jamaican, I will call him an ally because he took action and he voted lineage, and he's very adamant in our support for reparations, state acts of atonement. And who was the last one? Oh yeah, Senator Stephen Bradford. He voted lineage. The ops on the task force. I'm gonna call them the ops. Other people can't say, but I'm gonna call them the ops. Lisa Holder, who is Barbados and Jamaican, she voted against lineage. So she voted no. She wanted for all black people so she could be included, which is why that question is very valid and very prevalent. We ask, well, where you from and who are you, what kind of black are you, etc. Don Tamaki, you look ahead and if you see him, you can clearly see he is not of the lineage. He is a Japanese person. He is a Japanese person, and he knows that there are distinctions in being Asian. He's Japanese. He's not going to say, well, Chinese people should benefit from the internment camps. He only going to advocate for the Japanese people. So when he's coming on the task force talking about, well, what about all black people? I think all black people benefit. He's full of shit and he's on some bullshit. Just keeping it real. He's full of shit and he's on some bullshit. Who else? Cheryl Grill. Now she's associated with Narcan and Cobra, and I believe she's a city councilwoman out there in California. I forgot exactly what she is part of Narcan and Cobra, which is also why she advocates for all black people, and she tries to include language so that all black people can benefit. She tries to include the Pan-Africanist way of reparations and state acts of atonement, which is what we do not want. Which we Pan-Africanist reparations is reparations for all people with brown skin, reparations for all people with brown skin, or all people who classify themselves as black. No, that's not reparations for the American freedmen. And the last one is the Freedman Coon, Reginald Sawyer. He's probably been the most destructive. He's trying to pass bills to get people off the task force or delay the task force. This sacred work that our people are doing, or the reparationists are doing. He's trying to pass those bills. That got shut down by the white man Governor Cuomo. So yeah, I don't mind people of the lineage or anyone speaking about reparations as long as they are informed, they have integrity, and they are agents of justice, and they support our reparations plan. Anybody else who don't support it, who's on some racist bullshit or tether bullshit, I do not need them speaking. I don't care. It's not a debate anymore. We're getting our reparations with or without their support. So again, the support starts with us on the ground, which is what we've been doing, which is why a major part of why we are where we are right now is because of us, our social media, our independent media, our black grassroots media, and the people who are on the ground. Regular people like Camilla Moore, regular people like Friday Jones, Chad, Chris, BTP, Naheem, everybody, myself, other people in this space, all these people, we are outside and we are on the ground, and they see my face. I don't need to be outside on the front lines for everybody to see me. I don't care if people in this speaker stage don't see me. You're irrelevant. I'm here for the group, and that's what it is. So, I land right there. Thank you.
All right, appreciate it. Let me go ahead and get you finna say something real quick.
Yeah. I just want to piggyback off what Freeman said, 2 seconds style. So, Javon Scott Lewis was originally for reparations for all black, but he wound up changing his mind after understanding the information at hand and how important it is to be lineage-based reparations, and he was the deciding vote for that. So now we're here. I just want to clarify that up. Shout out to the reparationist perspective.
Real quick, Black Native, I'm giving you a co-host invite just because we have so many people that's in the speaker. So we're trying to get an additional speaker up. So, okay, thank you for accepting that, Black Native. I'm not sure who was trying to come up, but I was going to go ahead and send them up. But apparently they may have dropped down. But let's go ahead real quick and go to the company. Company, go ahead and unmute your mic. We got the company. Then we got Dana. We got who was that, D3, and we got you, Mr. Engaging, after that.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify something between the something about the Freedmen's Bureau and the record. That is something that I looked into because I found my ancestors in those documents and stuff like that. But mostly in the Freedmen's Bureau documents, it's just like people filing complaints and filing applications and all this other stuff. So it's not going to be unusual that you're going to find some, white people trying to get into the system, trying to apply, put in applications. But, there's no records of these people actually being approved as, race, ethnicity. If white people did put their information into the Freedmen's Bureau, you usually find out that they would put white, Caucasian, or something else. If they were Italian, or if they were a German farmer, or he has a complaint against a black farmer and stuff, he's going to go to the Freedmen's Bureau and actually file a complaint. So, but that's different than the census, because the census, which is we know as the dog rolls, and those are the only rolls that have Freedmen's on it. There's other ones that's not publicized yet, that people don't even know their ancestors are probably even on because it's not out to the public. But with that being said, white people, even if they were on the dog roll, they did not apply as freedmen. They paid $5 to be Indian, and that's that, because they wanted land. Freedmen weren't entitled to land. My family got lucky because my great grandfather, he married a full-blood Cherokee who was entitled to land. And so that's how they were able to, maintain the land for as long as they could until, the riots broke out, the farm got burned down, they went to church, came back home, places burned down, and they left Oklahoma, came to California, or whatever it is that they had left. And that was during Greenwood, all that other stuff, Tulsa, Oklahoma. We know how that all went down throughout the United States at the same time. So I just want to clear that up. That in the Freedmen's Bureau, you will find white people putting in applications, complaints, and all the other stuff, but that does not entitle them to reparations or anything, or entitles them to be considered as freedmen. And I'm pretty sure that the descendants of those people living today do not consider themselves as freedmen, and most likely have not been calling themselves black for the last 10 years.
All right. Thank you, company. Let's go ahead and get it to Dana. Dana, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Yeah, and I don't want to be interrupted because you just had a fake ass Freedman Sensei Hispanic from the Bronx say what he said. So now I'm gonna say what the hell I'm gonna say, because I really originally had my hand risen from wanting to piggyback off of what One Love, because when she was making a comment about Freedmen and the Freedmen Acts, and I get all that, and that's, I'm not arguing, because unlike the fake ass Freedman Sensei, Freedmen, if reparations is about lineage, Freedmen's Bureau Act of 1865, 1866, people who were registered black, formerly enslaved people, and yes, you did have white refugees. The point that I was making with that was when it's time for reparations, and some people, like there were some people in that town hall meeting that I'm gonna go back and watch, but in clips that were saying that they want freedmen or they're stuck on labels, right? So when you're stuck on labels, for example, freedman brewer or freedman, and if you're registered, okay, but those same white people, no matter if they've been claiming black or not, of course they didn't claim black. But if they were registered under the Freedmen Bureau and their money was stolen, just like the black people money was stolen, and then they see the word reparations for the Freedmen Bureau, they're going to be in that goddamn line. And that's why it's very important to stick to the lineage-based narrative, because every black person did not register as a freedman. A lot of people escaped slavery, but they still are owed reparations. There are American Maroons that people identify. There are black natives that people identify that are owed reparations because you can prove your lineage. So reparations, I was saying, and I never said anything other, I said reparations should be lineage based, no matter what you call yourself. And you can call yourself whatever you want to call yourself, because there's a whole bunch of labels. But it still has to be lineage based, meaning you could trace your ancestral back to slavery and Jim Crow. Because just like Camilla Moore and the California Task Force, it's 5 components to the reparations that they're trying to get passed in California. So it's during slavery and it's post-slavery. Redlining is 5 components. So it's not a one-trick pony. And I also want to touch on the definition of freedmen, right? Because this is not a conversation about freedmen. This is not me pushing back against freedmen. Some people say freedmen as a lineage. Some people say freedmen because, yeah, their family was registered as a freedman through the Freedmen's Bureau. But that simply means a former enslaved person who was released from slavery by legal means. But you had a lot of black people who were who broke out of slavery before it became illegal. But either way, the conversation of reparations, it has to stick to lineage based, no matter what you call yourself. And that is where I stood from the beginning of this conversation, and that's where I always stood at. So certain fake ass freedmen senseis that are really Hispanic from the Bronx that want to insinuate that I don't know what the hell I'm talking about, I put 2 sources in the Jumbotron. This person is just talking. And I said that I go back and do my research, because anybody that sits up here and act like they know everything, that tells you that person is an automatic op, because nobody knows anything. Nobody knows everything. So I'm doing mine. Here you go with the unmute, because I did not unmute when you were talking. Here you go. So like I was saying, I'm doing my research, because I'm not going to listen to a fucking emoji and believe what he's saying. So again, reparations is lineage based. Call yourself whatever you want to call yourself, as long as you could trace it back to Jim Crow and slavery. So that's my point. And I'll land for.
All right. Thank you.
I'll land for right now.
All right. Thank you, Dana. We're going to go ahead and we're going to keep it moving around the room because we got a number of hands up. Let me go to D3. D3, go ahead and unmute your mic. Oh, D3, can you hear me?
Talking to me?
Yeah, that's you, old D3. I see you from your
my name is Old Dirty Chinese Restaurant.
Oh, okay. I just saw the old D3 it looked like, but go ahead.
Okay, yeah, thank you. But I'm talking about reparations, but I brought this up before. If we're on the discussion about reparations, but at the same time,
we have so many of our brothers and sisters wrongfully incarcerated by this illegal government. So basically, what people are asking is for some payout from this illegal government when at any moment they can incarcerate you and rob you at any moment. Like, shouldn't we deal with that first?
No, brother. We should deal with the actual reparations that they owe millions of black people in this country. So go ahead and give us our money, and we'll deal with everything else after that.
But give you your money and then accuse you of something and then seize your assets?
Well, let us get the money first and we'll handle that. So go ahead and give us the money, because most of the people that you see in prison aren't rich people. Most of the people you see in prison are poor people, people who don't have the means of getting lawyers that actually defend them. So go ahead and drop us off our money, our 6, 7 figures, 8 figures, 9 figures, whatever it is, and we'll be okay. Go ahead. I tell you what, give me the money.
It's truth to that, but that's not absolutely true. Like
Yeah, that is absolutely true. The vast majority, the vast brother, stop. Come on, bro, stop. The vast majority of people in jail are not people that's millionaires or people that's making 6 figures a year. Come on. Okay. Well, I tell you what, bro. If you what are you talking about, man? Like, what is this? Become the goddamn Babylon we're here tonight? Listen, if you don't want the reparations, then don't get the reparations, bro. Like, I mean, let everybody, I guarantee you, everybody else in here, if they went ahead and drop a check off for them today, they'd be more than fine. They would say, well, you know what? I think they may go ahead and put us in prison. No, don't give me this money. I don't know what you're talking about, but I tell you what, they do have a form where you can opt out. So if you don't want it, bro, if you're actually a descendant of American slavery and you don't want it, go ahead and fill that opt-out form, and you don't have to worry about it. We'll take everybody up in here, divvy up your amount. We'll go ahead and we'll share it up amongst ourselves.
It's always niggas like you that come in these spaces trying to be disruptive. I don't understand why you don't think you should have money. As a matter of fact, the reason that you gave.
Nigga, I didn't say we should have money. I said we should get our out of benefit.
Bruh, you came up here with all the reasons of why. You came up here with all the reasons why we shouldn't get this or getting that. So I don't know what you're talking about. But I tell you what, if you don't want the money, don't take the money.
Ain't nobody rich. There's only 1% of the fucking people on the planet that's considered rich. Everybody else is poor. You know what I'm saying? I've been to prison, and it's niggas in there that got money that's poor. Because prison ain't nobody rich. The richest nigga is the fucking CO. You know what I'm saying? That's running the yard. So at the end of the day, I'm not sure where that even came from. But look, y'all, can we keep the conversation on what's in the topic of the room? Because otherwise, you know.
Yeah, real. I don't know what. Let's move on. OD3, thank you for speaking tonight, bro. We appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, we take into account what you had to say. Let's go on, Mr. Engaging. Go ahead and unmute your mic, because I don't know what bro talking about.
Hey, what's up, family? You guys are talking about the Reparation Task Force, am I correct?
Well, we end up going there. We was talking about Umar Johnson's school and interracial marriage and China COVID reparations, but you can go ahead and touch up on it, because we kind of moved to.
I wanted to touch about COVID and also about the forms of reparations during the task force, and then I was going to lead into further about the Reparation Task Force.
Real quick, Mr. Engaging. While you do that, DJ and Black Native, y'all hold it down for me real quick. Go ahead, Mr. Engaging.
All right. First things first, reparations is built upon the trafficked Africans that's through the transatlantic slave trade. So it's not just chattel slavery. It's not just Jim Crow. It is the whole entire aspect. I feel like when people devalue and don't want to acknowledge that they're Negro Americans, they devalue the whole story of reparations, and they just want to focus on one part. And I feel like we're doing ourselves a disservice. That's the first thing. During the task force, they did not mention anything about COVID-19, and that's a disservice when Black men has disproportionately have lost 2 or 3 years of their life expectancy span, and that is not incorporated into the discussion with reparations. I feel like we do ourselves a disservice when we don't talk about that and add that in. I think that the reason why they don't want to add that in is because we'll end up suing China for damages. which will make our reparations international. So that was the other thing that I wanted to make an observation to. The other thing that I want to make an observation to is that the fact that the people who are on the task force, which was mentioned by some of the people, some of them are ops. If you're not from the lineage, I think respectfully, you shouldn't be on the task force. It should be strictly lineage-based people because it shows that the Jamaican woman or whatever, she didn't have the will to fight for our community. She was just going to just say, well, they don't have the data, so what, and gave it a shrug. That's unacceptable, all right? I think that was sickening, and she needs to be removed as well as a couple of other people who kind of think along that line, that vein. I think that we do ourselves as a service. And I think that how the task force should be designed is the people that is for reparations, who are lineage-based, who have the skill set, should be on the task force for our side, for Negro or Black American people. But when we have other people who are not from the lineage, if they have any rebuttals and stuff, they shouldn't be on the task force. They should be questioning the task force, presenting their facts and claims as a rebuttal, but not on the task force. I think that that's disrespectful. That's disrespectful to my ancestors. That's disrespectful to my family. Like, if you're against reparations, don't be on the effing task force. Go somewhere else, be an op, go up to Congress so we know who you are, and we can pull your damn name up so we know that you're an op and you can stand by it. That's all. Those are just my observation about the whole entire task force so far, based off observation. I'm not even going to get into the secure the tribe, folks, because that's not the. But the thing is, I think that people need to identify as Negro, or at least just as Negro, because that's what it's based upon. It's based upon trafficked Africans, not off of Jim Crow, and damn sure not off of chattel slavery. It's based off them trafficking us over here, and the combination of all those other things as well. So I just wanted to bring that up and make awareness of that.
All right, I'm back. Misengaged. I'm sorry I missed your talking point, but I'm pretty sure it was pretty informative. Let me go ahead and thank my girl Renna for her contribution on Cash App as well too. Thank you, sister, for always supporting. Let me go ahead and kick it to Black Idaho was up here, but Black Idaho must have stepped down. So sorry we missed you, Black Idaho. If you want to come back up here and talk, go ahead. Let me give a shout out to my man, son of Khalid. How you doing tonight, brother? You hang in there with your battle. Keep your faith. And you know what I'm saying? We're here to support you. So hang in there tough, bro. Let me go ahead and kick it to Black Majority of the State. Black Majority, go ahead and unmute your mic. How you doing tonight, Black?
Hello, Newstoter. Shout out to everybody in the room. This has turned into a pretty interesting conversation. And I only came up because of the conversation. So last year, around this time, back in March, I did probably one of my first Freedman threads. And I connected the term, which is very historical, actually much more historical than most people realize. I connected it to the Dred Scott case. They actually referenced that in the Dred Scott case. I connected it to English common law. I connected to Roman Justinian law. I connected it to the Bible and Acts, the synagogue of the freedmen. And then yesterday in our space, it was about Babylon, and those other wicked cities in the Bible. And as it turns out, in Mesopotamia, which is several thousand or at least several hundred years before the Bible was written, and much of the stories in the Bible come from Mesopotamia and Babylon. They also had 3 designations for citizenship. You were a free man, or EE, which was full citizenship. You were a freed man, or you were a slave. And they actually have Sumerian words that describe that. And yesterday I said in the space, because people have been quoting the wretched freedmen a lot in spaces, and this Sumerian word, one of the meanings for that word that they reference as freedmen, actually means wretched. It means poor. It means a bunch of different things. But I'm actually going to do a thread about it, and I say all that to say this: I wish that as this information was being pushed out, that this historical reference was a part of the narrative. And I did what I could do. I got the pushback, as we always get pushback. And unfortunately, I believe that had people had a much longer look, a much more historical look, because again, these Sumerian texts came out 500 years before the original Torah, the original Bible was written, the Old Testament, way longer, almost 2,000 years before the New Testament. So these words have been in our human existence for a very long time, almost 5,000 years. I think that would have gave people a little more understanding of what the words mean and how the United States government used them, because they study these ancient religions and they study these ancient words that support of Freemasonry and all these other secret knowledge societies. So I just wanted to say that I think it was kind of a miscalculation to make it seem like it only referenced us historically. Yes, it referenced us in this country, and it is special to us in this country. However, there is this long historical use of the word and the term and the meaning. So I think that would have gave people a much wider view. So I'll end on that.
All right, thank you, Black. Let me go ahead and kick it to Miss. I'm gonna kick it to Miss Rella. Then I'm gonna go to Friedman. Then I'm gonna get to you, Mr. Engaging, once again. So, Rella, sweetie, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Hey, okay. So, again, so I don't think I'm not in the business of arguing and all that other stuff. I mean, I argue, but
Yeah, you argue sometimes too now. So let's not.
I'll argue, but I won't argue, in vain. And I think that we have to get to a point where we can have some self control, actually, to hear people out, to hear where they're coming from, so that way we can actually keep the dialogue going. And for the most part, this space has been, to me, great. It's what happens when you're talking to people who have a different lens on information. And then once you get together, you get a broader lens or a larger perspective. That's why it's important on how we decide and show up. I always said, say do no harm. But, if you got to go to war with somebody, I guess you got to go to war. But for the most part, we need majority of us. This whole narrative that you don't need everybody, that's true. But if you only have one person, that's not enough. And if only two people understand, like I said earlier, that's not enough. So I always say dig deeper. I doubt, I don't know if Friday would come into any spaces like these as it pertains to, how some people get down. And I wouldn't blame her if she didn't. And then for the most part, I can appreciate historical references, global historical references, but I also know that, how to compartmentalize and understand that when you're talking about what's happened to us as pertains to us in lineage, our ancestors, then, you can laser focus into what that means without having to black and brown a situation or, expand it to try to include things that don't actually fit that paradigm. So I'll end and thank you guys so much, Newstoter, for the space. I'm going to just go back down to listener.
Okay, Rella. Well, I'm glad to hear from you tonight. So thank you for coming up once again. Let's go to Friedman. Friedman, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Thank you. Once again, the independent fake news media has been spreading misinformation. So, 5 elements of reparations, according to law, is monetary compensation, restitution, rehabilitation, guarantees of non-repetition. So, for example, guarantees of non-repetitive laws like Jim Crow and satisfaction included in the final one. I don't know it all. I can admit that. I just know enough because I'm fully invested in my people and I'm on the ground doing the work. I repeat, I do not know it all, but I know enough because I have been in this movement. I am not late to the discussion, and I have done my due diligence, and I care enough, more than enough, about my people to do this advocacy work and representation for the American freedom. Adding on to that, I think there was some positivity that did come out of that meeting by way of the reparationist on the task force, in particular Camilla Moore. She did mention that, well, they all voted unanimously on the Freedmen Affairs Agency, which is to do oversight and also give direct services to the descendant community or the American Freedmen community in California. So there is some positivity that did come out of that. These meetings are very tedious. They can be boring, but yeah, you just thug it out and listen and pay attention as much as you can and just absorb as much information to just do your best. Do your best with your work, or just listen and take down notes and things like that. And salute to Amend the Mass Media Group. Amend the Mass Media Group, who has allowed all of us and a lot of us to be able to watch the hearings publicly for the sake of transparency and clarity, so we can have these discussions. I know for myself personally, because of Amend the Mass Media Group, who is an American freedman and on the ground out there in California, been at all the meetings. He's been able to present that on the YouTube channel, Amend the Mass Media Group, where we can watch the hearings and meetings and get input from the community as well as the experts. That is how they came to that unanimous decision after these expert testimonies up until now, and also the testimony from the actual community. So, yeah, just would like for people to stop spreading misinformation. We want to claim to be the independent media, and yeah, I don't know it all. I just know enough, and I know enough to care about my people because I'm fully invested. And yeah, just keep responding to the Hispanic emoji because I'm on your ass. Dick Drunk Diana.
Now, why when we ask people not to go ahead and let's because we don't want to go ahead and get into the name calling and the bickering and the beef or whatever, just go ahead and drop the scholarship, drop your information, but we don't want to get into a mudslinging competition in here. That's why we're trying to be respectful, and we're trying to get our speakers to be up here and be respectful too, because it's just going to go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So we don't want that in this space. Too many spaces waste time going back and forth, and people just going in on people and talking about people and going personal and stuff that has nothing to do with the actual issue tonight. We all grown in here, and we're all supposed to be working to a collective trying to get to a certain point. So we don't have time to really, waste on just little frivolous stuff that means absolutely nothing in the long run. So let's try to keep it, y'all. I know the Twitter settings are not the most professional settings that could be. At the same time, it is a place where we can actually share, content and information, and we can kind of just source up on things as well too. I don't know everything. I don't pretend to know everything. I learn things from these Twitter spaces that I hold and everything else too. So I'm learning just like everybody else in the space is learning. I don't pretend to be perfect because I'm definitely not perfect. So anytime we have these spaces, even though we're talking about certain things, I'm learning just as much as the people up in these spaces too. So I appreciate it. We just want to keep it on that level there. I also got to say this too, y'all. Since the Twitter space been going, we got 1 subscriber on YouTube. So I just went ahead and put in a YouTube link on the far left-hand side. Please go ahead and subscribe to the YouTube channel. It is free. So there's no reason for our followers. Now, I'm not talking about the people that's in here that don't follow Newstoter, because we got some people in here that don't follow Newstoter. But there is no reason for anybody that can't click on that little bubble on the left. And I think Mr. Engaging, you must have just put some stuff in, because you put quite a bit of stuff in there too, because I just put the actual YouTube channel in. So now it's like 4-5 slots over, but we need people to actually subscribe to the YouTube channel. Miss Dana has over 50 some odd thousand people on her YouTube channel. I would like to one day grow it to that like that. It ain't gonna happen no time soon, but nonetheless, let's go ahead and get up to 1,000 subscribers on there as well too, y'all. So go ahead and support the black media, support the new black media, support the independent black media, support black media in general. go ahead and subscribe to the YouTube channel, subscribe to the newsletter. Make sure that you're following us on Twitter. If you got a Facebook account, go ahead and follow us on Facebook as well, too. Instagram, Pinterest, if you like entertainment type stuff, because I put out a ton of entertainment stuff on there. Over 28,000 followers on Pinterest, and Pinterest ain't nothing but entertainment for us. So the serious stuff we put on Twitter, the entertainment and all that stuff that people like to follow behind, that's on Pinterest. But make sure you go ahead and follow us. It don't cost you a dime to subscribe to the YouTube channel. It don't cost you a dime to subscribe to the newsletter. Real talk. And let's just try to keep this thing, because we're going to close it out soon. Let's try to keep this on a professional tip. We're not trying to have people going back and forth. So I keep saying it, like, let's just go ahead and get like, sometimes, I mean, we all can tell who people are talking about when they're talking, but when you start putting people's names in it and stuff like that, then it's just going to lead to a flare up. So it's just like pouring kerosene on a damn fire. It's just going to make it just blow up even more. So let's not do that. Let's go ahead and try to keep it as professional as possible, y'all. It's been a good space. Even though we talked about 4 topics tonight. We started off with Umar and the racial marriage in China, reparations, and now we're talking about what's going on in California, which is cool as long as the dialogue is straight and everything else as well, too. But let's try to go ahead and keep this somewhat, a little bit grounded, to the point that people are just not taking shots at each other, because that really doesn't make anything any better. It just makes it worse. And people want to go ahead, and once somebody says something, another person wants to go ahead and respond, and it's just back and forth. And then that actually takes over the space. And I don't want it taking over the space. That is, personal issues aside, a lot of times people come in spaces that don't have anything, and then they have issues with each other, and they bring it into spaces, and things just blow up. Not over here. We're not trying to have it over here. We're just trying to go ahead and get the content out. So anybody has a side issue with somebody, please go ahead and handle that like at another time. Here, let's just go ahead and do what we got to do, y'all. So on that note, let me go ahead and kick it to
Can I say one thing? I'm saying this to you, Newstoter, honey. You quick on that goddamn mute button, honey. You was quick. Honey, you was quick, honey, and you know how to talk it out for a good 2 minutes straight, the calm the nerves, honey. That's all right, because the difference is I say names, and what you just heard was pussy babble. I'm gonna let the pussy babble get the last word tonight, because we'll just have this discussion if you still want to do a space on Wednesday. But you quick on that mute button.
and you know what? We're normally not quick on the mute button over here. Everybody can tell you, like, we normally don't. It's just like when everything just starts going sideways, like, okay, hit that mute button. But we pretty much don't like to hit it. We like to go ahead and let people. Yeah, but I just to keep things down as much as possible.
Say my name if you want to take a shot, because I'm a damn sure say yours.
Yeah, so
that's the difference.
My name in your mouth. Thank you.
Pussy babble.
Mr. Engaging, go ahead and unmute your mic.
All right, thank you. One of the things I did notice that was in the task force that I do want to address, I did put up in the jumbotron. I did post it up. John Henry Clark's book about the transatlantic slave trade and the trafficking of black people or Negro people, or however you want to define it. We know who we are. But it does matter for context and continuity that we do have a name that we do go by. I think that will be more effective for our justice claim. Me personally, I'm not really a big fan of freedmen, but that's just a personal thing. But I am from the lineage, DNA aspect wise, from the transatlantic slave trade. But with that being said, like, I really think that we need to start examining this one drop rule, especially with interracial marriage and other things as well. I'm not co-signing saying that white people should be involved in our stuff, but I really do think that those individuals do deserve reparations that are whatever they might be, as long as they have that one drop of black blood or that African or Negro blood in their veins. I think that we should be approaching it by that. But just because you have that one drop doesn't mean that you're inclusively could speak for the group. I think that you should be a full-blooded, like on 8 sides of your grandparents or something, that you should be from the lineage. I think that will cut down on kind of the misrepresentation on the task force and stuff of that nature, and that we could have more of the authentic people that are tied to this issue actually speak on it, because what I've saw is people who are being disingenuous. Like they'll say that they have Negro blood, but they don't understand that the policy is built upon Negro blood. So for them to ignore and to bring other ethnicities into the conversation, it does reparations a disservice. And it does disservice to our elders who actually suffered immensely, and they can't tell their story because you have other people saying some outlandish things during a Congress meeting. They don't even dress for success. They don't represent us in a bad light. They represent us in a bad light. So like those are just some of the things I do observe, and I wish that we could just do a little bit better. That's all. It's not to shame us. It's to make us better so we can be successful. So like those are things that I observe. I wish that we pay more reverence to and have more of an understanding to as a group, and understand that the one drop rule was something that was affected, and it still affect our people to this day. And I think that it's something that should be highlighted, and it's not in the task force.
All right, appreciate that, Mr. Engaging. Company, we're gonna go ahead and let you be the last speaker for the night, then we're gonna go ahead and close it out and get ready for tomorrow night. Go ahead, Company.
Okay, I learned a lot from this task force meeting and sitting and listening to what the different stories that everybody in the line had to say. The most interesting one to me was there was that very, very old gentleman with the cane and stuff like that. I keep forgetting his name, but seen him plenty of times in Sacramento. He comes here pretty often, sharing Black history. But
you mean Dr. Amos, sir? You mean Dr. Amos, respectfully?
I don't think that's him. I have to go back, and he's not on the reparations task force. He was just one of the people that was given public comment. But what he was saying was that they took that money from, because the biggest thing about the Freedmen's Bureau is, where did that money go? And that's the one thing that we're trying to get to the bottom on, that nobody's really focused on right now. But this man was born a slave. Like he's literally that old. And he said they took that money from the Freedmen's Bureau and these white people, and they put it right into the railroads. And so, and they brought black slaves to Oakland by means of, I don't know if it was by railroad or something like that, but that's how he ended up in Oakland, because he was one of those slaves that was transported and ended up in what's it called this guy was born in I think 1903 or something. But that was one of the biggest things that I learned from task force meeting. And I want to be clear about what all that voting was about at the end of the task force. Changing the bureau from being an oversight type of body into something that provides services, because that's not what the previous bill said. It said that it was just oversight. So basically, you just have black people sitting around watching stuff and nothing's happening. They're just doing oversight work, right? And we said no. We wanted to provide services, and whatever services that our people need, who are descendants of people who are of child slavery in America. This is what we need. And these other people that was trying to block the vote, it had to go through how many votes? Almost 9 of them, voting on this and that to rephrase this and that and pull back on this and that. And it was it got real ugly at the end, but the victory victory is that we got into a vote that the agency would be like a hybrid. It would be an oversight agency, and it would provide services to our people. Unfortunately, though, we haven't put a strict name onto it yet. But me personally, if they called it the Freedmen's Bureau, I mean, in honor of my ancestors, I'm fine with that. But if that's a big problem to other people, we still have time. There's going to be 2 more meetings in Sacramento. I think they said it's not going to be a public thing. I think they said it's just going to be satellite viewing. I think they're done with these, what we saw the other day at the task force. But moving forward, we did gain some victories, and so these people can see what we're trying to do. We got to go big with this. We can't be thinking small when it comes to how we want to run our own agencies and stuff like that. We wanted to not only oversight over what's going on in the agency, but then we wanted to provide service too. Lawyer services, tax services, Department of Education, land rights and who owns what, and keeping track of vital statistics. Who's being born where, who's marrying who, and all the other stuff. That's services we can provide. We can provide what's it called? Justice is a service that you can provide as well. And so, how.
Hey, company, real quick. Go ahead and let's wrap this up real quick, bro.
But yeah, victories, and I don't see it any other way. But we're moving forward. Thank you for letting me speak.
All right, I appreciate that, bro. We're gonna get ready to go ahead and close this space out for the night, y'all. We will be back tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Like I said, me and Dana, we're gonna try to see about maybe doing a space together on Wednesday to talk about the Cali reparations as well, too. So I'll check with Dana and see how her schedule looks, and we'll see if that's possible, y'all. So just stay up to date. We'll go ahead and we'll send out the reminders if that's gonna go down as well, too. So thank you guys for joining us this Sunday night. Not going to keep everybody up because I know most of us got work tomorrow and stuff. So let's go ahead and we'll see you guys tomorrow night. Y'all be safe. Thank you to Black Native for filling in as a co-host as well tonight too. So thank you, Black Native. I definitely appreciate that. Shout out to DJ, Dana, Black Majority Company, Mr. Engaging, Freeman, Rella, all the speakers tonight that came up and spoke as well to Original. Thank all you guys for coming up in the space on this Sunday night, sharing it out, tweeting it out, liking it and everything else. So once again, guys, we will see you guys tomorrow night, Monday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So go ahead. We'll send it out. Make sure you go ahead and click that notification button so you'll know when the space starts. And we'll see you guys tomorrow night. So have a good one.
Peace.
Peace out, Dana.
Bye.